We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
my name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell him who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell him who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell him who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell him who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell him who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell him who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell him who you are, you are, you are.
Hugging Steve. Victory.
Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Rakan muda, coba cintamu nimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, kehansaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
Innkeeper,
Huh?
this is from the guest upstairs.
Huh?
My, I'm rich.
He said it was a repayment.
Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook. Where's the man? Let the 12 houses keep it safely. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade.
Fine, I'll play your game. After all your travels, you couldn't even buy a decent sword?
Silence!
You have skills, but I see plenty of openings.
Not bad, Master of the House of Riches.
Want it back.
Let's get out of here!
Sorry!
Read the manual!
Come on, we're just playing around. Why so serious?
This concerns the good of the martial world. You can't have the book!
Allow me? Your prestigious schools talk a big game, but you're all just making excuses for yourself. You're still here?
Not good. It's a fake.
You're playing with us.
Illusion magic.
Run! If only I had an opening here, this would never have happened!
Those tears of a broken heart, broken spirits restless in the dark. There's no way to resist. We'll get the secrets after.
Magic.
Despicable!
That's why Megan keeps the martial menu for himself. For that treasure. I see. It's with the sword.
Quiet! The manual is already back out in the world!
An excellent performance.
The forbidden.
Welcome to the inn. Welcome to your doom.
I come from wealth and pave my road with gold. The world is mine to discover.
As a blade can be straight or curved, deeds are just or crooked.
A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world.
With the might of stones, I shall crush my foes!
Darkness, the precursor to light.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! All will turn to dust! Her fragrant sleeves have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life, I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
From a single spark, the fire begins. Embers Awaken, a call to rise, to reignite, to re-emerge with strength and passion. Malaysia's first ever official Honor of Kings League, a symbol of pride, power, and the roar of something unstoppable. A new group rises from the ashes. Fresh fire, unwritten stories, fierce hunger. This league is their proving ground, and they're here to burn. Team Secret fight to claim what's theirs. Nova, champions who've tasted glory but want more. VSE, not just defending the crown, they're evolving, reigniting the passion. Witness the Embers Awakening.
We are back. It is time for week number 5. It's a pleasure to be back here in Malaysia for MKL Spring Season 2025. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me today, once again, it is AJ. How are you doing, man?
Absolutely fantastic. Cannot wait to see. If not, today will be the day where Seoul Esports pulls out yet another sword and show that their soul still has got the fight. We've been waiting for these boys to win for quite a while already. They teased us with a DTE, but maybe they can get it done to get up against Team Secret.
Yeah, many exciting games today, and I think, right now with where the table is at the standings right now, I think it's really exciting because I think the top 2 pretty much have secured their slots for EWC as long as they don't lose any of the games. But third place, that last slot available for the Esports World Cup, is up for contention, and right now it's a 3-way tie in terms of, things can kind of shift in any direction for the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And obviously Black Shrew Esports as well as Nova Esports, booking their spot for the play-ins could give them maybe a little bit of too much of confidence. Maybe that could allow the other teams to exploit and take a game, maybe a whole series off of them. But we'll have to take a look at their matches a little bit later on. This is the standings that you were talking about just moments ago, Kindofu, with Nova and Black Shrew dominating the top. But Toda and Seoul Esports, these are the teams that we want to keep our eyes on. Both teams will be in play today. They are looking for the top 6 because 7th and 8th spot will not be making it to the play-ins later on.
Yes, definitely. I think the prize pool is also something they need to consider, right? And at this point, every performance counts. I think, maybe for the guys at the top, this is also the time where you kind of use this opportunity to test drafts and see how effective it is against the teams. Now, all these teams are really strong, and it really comes down to how they start the game, right? I think most of the time, how they start the game is more often than not how they can finish the game quickly. And all teams so far have shown that if you give them a lead, they can really hold on to it and win the game from there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, some of these teams have also shown that they've got the fight in them and a little bit of potential, but more question marks than proving themselves so far. We're talking about teams like Team Secret, who quite a number of people thought would come out of the gates bursting to contend with Nova and Blackstreet for the top spots. But here they are fighting for their spot at the play-ins, and they're not too far away from Toda, who look pretty sharp in terms of making a comeback here.
Right, so let's take a look at today's schedule. These are the games that will be coming to you throughout the entire day. So first and foremost, we have our Seoul Esports going up against Team Secret. This will be a battle for the 6th place. Team Secret, they need to hold on, right? Right after that, we have DTE going up against O2, and then we have Nova going up against Todak. So plenty of action to be seen today. I want to see how these teams perform under pressure.
Absolutely. And teams who are under pressure for sure should be both Team Secret as well as Seoul Esports once again, because Team Secret fighting to keep their 6th spot to not allow Toda to catch up with them. And obviously Seoul Esports down in the depths of destruction, potentially elimination as well if they don't make the best out of their remaining series. Each and every single team out there will have to play a total of 14. Seoul Esports have already exhausted 10 out of that 14, so 4 more opportunities to win. And obviously that 4 starts off with the battle up against Team Secret today. It's not going to be an easy one, Kin, but obviously we wish the best to Seoul Esports. I mean, once again, they showed us that promise up against DTE, but it didn't go all the way this time around.
For sure, I think there's another match that we are super curious in, which is the DTE and O2 matchup. That one is a battle for the potential 3rd and final slot going into the Kings World Cup, right? Like, that one is a huge prize pool. It also comes with the glory and the chance to learn from the best teams across the globe. I think this is an opportunity that neither of them wants to miss. Now, bear in mind, these are the 2 teams that have entered the league out of nowhere. These are the new boys, so definitely looking to learn a lot from the pros.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you've got All Gamers Global as well, who will not be in the contention for matches today, but they are still looking for the top 2 spots. Blackstreet Esports and Nova don't look like they're going to be letting go of this one anytime soon. But if you look like you want to make a play for the leaderboards as well, perhaps you want to pick up the best device out there. Pick Realme 14 series. Realme 14 5G features segment best Snapdragon 6 Gen 4 chipset with long-lasting battery, largest VC cooling area, as well as empowering players to enjoy 120 frames per second in Honor of Kings, promising a smooth, high-performance gaming experience. Gaming, pick Realme 14 series.
Yes, 120 FPS might not seem, a lot, but I think in professional matches, especially those graphics, you need it to be super smooth, you need it to be super clean. It does affect the gameplay to a certain extent, right? So I think this is one of the key markers that the players will be kind of banking on. Hopefully today, their performance will be matched up with the performance by the phone, right? The phone has been giving them their utmost best. The teams now have to match that effort and see if they can bring out the best result today.
Yeah, let's take a look at the team lineup as well for the first series of the day, as Seoul Esports takes on Team Secret to kick off Week 5, Day 1. On the side of Seoul Esports, we've got Frost, Gui, Ricky, JK, as well as IceU. On the side of Team Secret, we've got Sun, Guxing, Swan, Nono, as well as Shisan.
Yep, and then on Seoul, we have Frost, Gui, Ricky, JK, as well as IceU. So these 5 will be pitting their best against the likes of Team Secret.
Yeah, absolutely. And Team Secret obviously have shown up many times out there in very strong, but not the best team once again, as we discussed at the start of the day. Currently, they sit at the 6th spot. And in order to catch up with DTE Gaming, they don't need 1 but 2 series victory. And obviously, when it comes to the number of matches to be won, they need 3 to match up with DTE Gaming. And that's just for the 6th or 5th spot, right? It doesn't make a huge difference, but it does make a difference in terms of not being at risk of being eliminated before we head on in towards the play-ins.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the head-to-head. Today we're going to be focusing on the clash lane for both of these teams. Xuen going up against Frost. Now, I have to say, I have been watching a couple of the games for Seoul Esports, and I think Frost is always just there, but not close enough, right? I think that's one of the problems that Seoul Esports have been facing so far. And going up against Xuan is not going to be something that easy as well. His KDA is pretty high in comparison to Frost.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we've seen Frost run the main, the Dharma. He hasn't been able to rip away many lives out there. In terms of efficacy of the hero usage from Frost has been, he has been challenged out there for sure. But perhaps today it could be an opportunity for him to turn things around. But he goes up against Xuan, and you've kind of, mentioned this time and time again already. He is a solid player out there, right? Especially on the exact same characters we've seen Frost struggle on, being that main and potentially, whooping out the lane later on to go ape on these players as well. Team Secret have shown as the best side of Xuan. Even if you look at the damage, you can see that Frost does pretty well out there in comparison to Xuan, but it just does not show when it comes to the eliminations.
Yeah, so I want to pick up on the point you were talking about, the lane usage, right? So far, I think both teams that picked this hero up quite a few times. The performance, of course, is relevant to the support that's coming in, and most of the time the teams are using the Dolia double reset on the Death at Sunset, right? That's one big market that the teams have been trying to push out so far in the games. And I think it really comes down to the rest of the team, right? I feel like it falls less on Frost and Xuan, because both of them, they know exactly what to do. They're trying to do it, but then it requires the team to be in sync or have, the relevant itemization or have the goal lead instead. And so far, Seoul Esports haven't been able to find that gold advantage they've been so heavily needing in all these past weeks. So maybe today, if Seoul Esports can kind of play the map a little bit better, steal more camp, engaging and initiating into their camps, I think that would be a better game for Frost.
And we've also seen the games where they took a victory up against DTE. In those matches, Frost was playing the Diadria as well as the Dolia. Perhaps those might just be the fancier picks for him today. We'll have to wait and see. But looking at the team head-to-head, it's once again not looking very solid for the side of Seoul Esports. A 3.3 KD versus a 1.4. The total damage is going to be playing its effect out there as well in terms of the efficacy on the side of Team Secret to just dish out these damages that Seoul Esports, clearly hasn't been able to do very well in terms of defending up against the other teams as well, let alone up against Team Secret themselves. The last time we did see Seoul Esports take on Team Secret, they lost 2-0, and it wasn't too fancy in terms of what they could do against them in that matchup as well. The first blood rate on the side of Team Secret with a 50%. Not looking good on top of everything else for the side of Seoul Esports. I mean, category after category, they seem to be at the losing end, except for the hero pool, which at the end of the day might not be the best of scenarios. Perhaps could be indicative towards the fact that they have not dialed in on the most effective way to go out there and grab those victories for themselves. Team Secret, on the other hand, has been pretty fancy in terms of their efficacy in doing so.
Right, so taking a look at the stats, right, I think Team Secret is a team that we all know they're very strong in the early game, and they like to hold on to that lead, right? So they stop Seoul Esports from entering their jungle and then use their ganks to try and force that advantage, right? So not only do they slow Seoul Esports down, they keep them there as well. And I think this is the strategy that Team Secret might employ today. And look, they have a very high first blood rate.
Yeah, I mean, and that is going to most definitely play a huge role in here, right? Like you said, early game advantage. And if Team Secret is able to execute the exact same thing up against Seoul Esports, which quite a number of teams have been able to do so far, it will just put them at a bigger deficit. Some sort of miracle is needed out here for the side of Seoul Esports, just like the miracle that they pulled off against DTE. Not just talking about the series victory, but even that one game victory off of DTE was good enough to make us all lose our minds, right? We need to see more out of Seoul Esports from that perspective, but I don't know. We haven't been able to see that side much.
I mean, that's the thing, right? So if they're able to get a couple of wins throughout the entire season itself, it also shows you they have the potential, right? Right now is really the time to kind of realize that potential. Easier said than done at this point. Now, for those of you that are unclear, Seoul Esports, they're going to be choosing the blue side, and then Team Secret will be coming on the red side. So blue side, you definitely want to be looking at getting that very strong prio pick. You want a very strong jungler or farm lane, whoever you pick, what role, what lane, doesn't matter. You want it to be the best of the best. But then this puts Team Secret in a position where on the red side you get second pick, so you can also kind of like counter pick whatever options they have.
Yeah, I mean, so you obviously have got Team Red in here with the ban so far, and we have seen this out of Team Secret time and time again already. They are not very big fans of playing up against that Mai as well as Pei.
Yeah, I mean, the early burst damage potential is very scary, right? At the same time, it opens up picks like the Organ, where you can get the easy kill with your passive. All she needs to do is to make them low. And at this point, Team Secret, we talked about the Elaine, they're not going to allow that pick right here. I think it's a good start because Elaine is a very pressurizing pick, and you don't want to face so much stress in your first game.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, let's take a look at the next ban that comes on through here for Team Secret. We've seen them in the past not wanting to go up against characters like Liang and Arlie as well. So, and it is going to be the Byron, which most definitely Seoul Esports have shown a little bit of proficiency with.
It's one of the best Clash laners to start a game with, right? Very strong in lane, and of course with the flash combination, with the Storm Strike, his second skill, the stun is really big in the fights. But Seoul Esports, they're looking for something different. They want to go for the Dharma. Stock standard pick in the sense where Dharma is a very strong laner and team fighter, right? But Team Secret, they're starting off with a very fast pace. They take up the Pei and the Arlie, and this is going to be a very scary early game coming out from TS.
Yeah, absolutely. Because they're usually banning out the Pei and Arlie. They don't want to deal with these two characters, and if they are bringing them in, those are the big guns straight up already. Seoul Esports bringing the Dharma in, like mentioned before, Frost hasn't been as effective with the Dharma usage out there, so we'll have to see exactly how that one works. But in terms of Zhang Fei as well as Lung, we've seen this time and time again already from both Junyong as well as Ricky, right? This is a good pick coming through from the side of Seoul Esports for sure, especially that Zhang Fei, who has been able to provide them massive support in matches in the past.
Yes, I mean, in most cases, the teams will use it as a deterrent, right? The Unbridled Outburst is to really push people out. But I think Seoul Esports need to kind of take it up another level and take it up a notch as well. So instead of just using it as a defensive mechanism, I think they require this Zhang Fei to really go in. If you can actually push the RD out of team fights, you massively reduce the amount of damage that TS can do to you during those moments. And I think that could be one of the win conditions they're looking for.
Yeah, this Lianpo could go either in the hands of Swan or No, most probably Swan. And he has proven to be very effective. But unfortunately, the last two times we saw Swan use this Lianpo, it didn't really go the way of Team Secret. So I'm not too sure exactly what they're planning with this one. Perhaps it could just be the confidence up against Seoul Esports here.
It does actually disrupt quite a bit of things from the start of Seoul Esports. And one of the things is with a Lianpo, when you have a lead in a team, right, when you're up ahead in gold in terms of itemization, you're able to tank so much more, which means you get to set the team fights for your end. And I think for a team that is very good at putting early game pressure, Team Secret can actually benefit off of the aggression of this Lianpo.
And let's see exactly where they drag us next year with the pick coming through from the side of Team Secret. Once again, it is Sun, and we have seen Sun in performance in the past, with that Lam, Ogrin, and that he has used to torture players in the past as well. But it is going to be that Yixing, and the last time we saw Sun hop on in here with that Yixing, it was pretty devastating. So curious to see exactly what he pulls out of this one as well. But Team Secret on this double pick now, your thoughts on where they might go with this, Kinofu?
I think there's a lot of control, right, on the side of Team Secret. So they definitely need a little bit more tankiness. You can go a couple of ways. You can go for sustain here, and you can try and match up the burst potential as well, right? So the lineup on the side of Team Secret is a very burst-heavy composition, and it also offers a lot of control. So Seoul Esports can choose to either let's soak in all the damage and then we beat you in the long run throughout the entire fight, or we could go blow for blow, right, match it up with a huge burst potential as well.
Let's take a look and see How does JK pull this one out? So the Ogren instead is pulled by Seoul Esports. ICU brings him in, and Yohwan on the side of JK. So, I mean, we've talked about this Ogren quite a number of times already in days of past, and he is a mighty slayer out there. We've seen the multiple picks that Ogren has given teams, but in the hands of Seoul Esports, he has not been the most effective, but it is one of their biggest weapons out there.
The combination is pretty sick, actually, right? With the Ogren and the Dharma, it kind of provides a lot of room. If the Dharma gets the Truth Mantra down, that big ultimate, essentially he could melt majority of the team members on the side of Team Secret down to low enough where the Seer State actually makes the killing blow, right? So this is a good setup on the side of Seoul Esports, but they need to be really clean with their positioning.
Yeah, of course, we see that Charlotte wrapping up the picks here for the side of Nono as well, and it looks like it is just going to be an all-out bloodbath for the side of Team Secret for sure. They've got the kind of firepower that is going to be very, very difficult to deal with, especially those pokes that Charlotte is going to be able to deliver. And looking overall with Juan on that Charlotte, I think this is going to be a pretty tough one up there on the Clash lane.
I think this is going to be very dependent on how the Clash laners perform. So Team Secret, end of the day, one of the big win conditions coming out has to be Frost, right? If this Dharma is able to get those ultimate down, then I think Seoul Esports might have an easier time in the team fights. But likewise, if the Charlotte Xuen can't control Frost, then this could go the complete opposite.
Early setup here from Team Secret, and it looks like Ricky's not going to be falling for that one anytime soon, but early teasers back and forth from both sides as Team Secret takes control of this mid lane.
Yes, so right away, Team Secret playing to their winning strats, right? They put Sun in the mid lane as well, get the first wave, and a double wave strat coming in. So this slowdown by JK actually does well in making sure that the odds are even to the side of Seoul Esports. In fact, it could even be a small win.
ICU about to be caught out here, and a good flash away to save his life. And JK was there to back him up, but a cheeky one from the side of Team Secret for sure, almost catching Seoul Esports with their pants down. Gushing's going to be clearing out those minions, no problems whatsoever. And in the meantime, down here at the bot lane, Nono, as he gets caught out, ICU will arrive for that backup as well, but nobody's going to get taken down all that too early. ICU walking away with barely a scratch on him as the bot lane setup just does not go the way Team Secret expected it to, but at least it slowed down the progress here of Seoul Esports just by a tad bit, and now they are back on that goal. Not by 1,000 just yet, but it will soon get there if Seoul Esports isn't too careful with this one. Frost with that jump on in, and Swan just walking away as if he was unscathed by it at all, going on that drop back, but the 2v1 is just not going to work out up against this Charlotte just yet.
Yeah, big plays by both teams, right? And I think it's really important. Now, Team Secret, they also respond really quickly. I think the attempt on top was great by Frost.
Yeah. And here comes Swan once again for the catch, and the Charlotte just needs one more poke. And Gui was there to distract him just for a tad bit, and now turning the tables just a little bit here. Swan almost got the catch onto the Dharma, and you know, once again, like you pointed out earlier, it is going to be pretty much determined what happens up there at the Clash lane, and Charlotte has been able to keep Dharma in check so far.
Yes, but potential kill here.
Oh, beautifully done by Sun, and ICU just overstepping his boundaries just a tad bit, and once again, as anticipated, it would be the first blood on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, it's a good lead. They're gonna force out the infinite fastness. I don't think they will be able to defend this too heavily at this point, but they do make it work on the side of JK.
Absolutely right, and Seoul Esports on the back foot very early on here, and the deficit in goal seems to be widening just a little bit more here. Seoul Esports find a way to make their way back into this matchup in a decent enough manner, and that pressure comes through with the mid push, but they will be met by a defending Goosing, and that pushes them over towards the top of the map.
Yeah, you can kind of see, right? Seoul Esports, they're trying to find those openings to maybe get some steals on the camps, but nothing is available on the side of Team Secret.
This is boosting, just finding the mid control as they drop by towards the bottom. Tyrant about to appear in the next 15 seconds. So the setup here is going to be crucial for the side of Seoul Esports. Gui and Ricky just clearing out the minion wave down mid just real quick as Gui Singh drops by to say hello to their farm.
Slain an enemy.
Nice kill there on the JK. And this is where the power spike on the side of Team Secret is going to start falling in. And this is a perfect time to get it done, right? 4 minutes in, first time of the game is going to go into the hands of Team Secret. And Seoul Esports, they're going to find this game so much more difficult to play at this point.
Yeah, JK just that one small little mistake, Team Secret just takes advantage. Easy opener for the Tyrant, and the damage advantage as well is just going to be putting Seoul Esports at a disadvantage yet again. And Frost almost got out. Gushing just 1 second too late to the party.
That's a good play from the side of Team Secret, right? So right now, a lot of resources down for the side of Seoul Esports. That big play where the Flash ultimate comes down from Frost, not available. And right now, Team Secret knows this, so they're pressing very heavily on the top side of the map. And look, the map right now is just bleeding red for Team Secret.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now Frost won't be able to just go all the way in here for this 2v1. And backup is here, but Swan does manage to poke Frost out quickly. The Dharma didn't last long at all, but one gets laid down in return. Swan and Gusing both down.
That's a big kill. I think of all the people to give kills to, you give it to Gui. That's one of the best possible situations for the side of Seoul Esports. A rare mistake from Team Secret, slightly overextending for a little bit, but it's still a sizable lead, even though it is 1,000 at this point. You have to take note of the level differences between Gushing and the rest of the members on the side of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, a little overextended there, Gushing and Swan. Obviously, Gui would make them pay with that Ogren. And as anticipated, Seoul Esports ripping away the eliminations just purely through this Gui. But the question is, can he get it done once again? The pressure is there from Swan, pushing Gui right back. Charlotte just as aggressive as ever.
Yeah, I think later we have to really pay attention to Strand's positioning, because he will be the person responsible on the side of Team Secret to force out quite a lot of big ultimates, right? Ricky with the Unending Sorrow, JK with the Infinite Fastness. These are all ultimates that Strand can kind of force out, and he doesn't have to overcommit because the Charlotte is super mobile as well.
Yeah, and now just clearing off those minions on the top lane here as they want to set this up for a decently easy pick on that Overlord a little bit later on. But understanding the Team Secrets making a push down for their red buff. They drop by to say hello to them as well, but the pokes don't stop, and Gui will be able to grab them. And this now makes him so much more dangerous. Beautiful knockup coming on through. Swan gets caught out, but the defense is there. And unfortunately, Nono's just way too tanky. Seoul Esports doesn't get to rip one away, but Sun just hops on in to get the job done. And he manages to find ISU. JK dropped as well. A easy double coming on through. And the only sacrifice is Sun.
It's a big sacrifice in a way, but traded out for JK, I think it's still a big win for the side of Team Secret, right? And this is what I'm talking about. I think Frost, if you pay attention to his movements, he's really clean. He's finding those moments, but the team is just not in sync with him. And it's pretty hard to perform on this Dharma if you're Frost, right? The lead isn't that monstrous where they can't come back, but it's very difficult for Frost to really make a good play for the team to capitalize on.
Yeah, deficit on the goal of 2K for Seoul Esports. They need to catch right back up, but unfortunately, all they seem to be seeing out there is just non-stop pressure. And now, Team Secret making it set up for the Overlord. And as I say that, Sun gets the easy slay. And now more pressure for Seoul Esports to deal with.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of pressure at this point. Like you said, 2,000 is not, say, the biggest, but this deficit in levels is something that might cost them. Shishan, I haven't talked about him this whole game. He's already at level 11, so his catches are going to be so much more painful in comparison to what Ricky offers.
Yep, and now push round 2. Frost will not be hopping back in there to find this 2v1, or does he? Very quickly push right back, and ISU drops by, and that Zhang Fei is not one Nono wants to take advantage of Gui dropping by. Sun with a backup as well. And look at Team Secret go in here for the push. All thanks to this Vanguard. It is going to be a mighty one towards that second tier tower down mid.
And you can start to see the value of Nono, right? Every single time, I think they have started to notice on the side of Team Secret that Frost has been finding those angles. And right now, Nono's main job is to make sure he has eyes on Frost and stop him from getting those perfect truth mantras.
And now it is all about the second tier towers here, both on mid and that bot lane. Team Secret looking to get the job done. In the meantime, dropping by for a secondary objective as well. The Tyrant being cooked up here by Team Secret. And they abandon Project for just a second as that Ogren appears. But it says is Seoul Esports teasing them and now rotating all the way towards the top. Lian Po leading the charge. Nono about to poke away at the opponents.
Yeah, Seoul Esports now, they have to be really careful about the timings because Sun is pretty close towards that Eternity Blade, right? And once Sun gets that item, then she's gonna start hitting like a truck. So right now, the goal comparison, JK just managed to finish that Master Sword. There is quite a bit of burst potential, but can he survive the initial aggression by Sun? That's the big question here.
Yeah, in the meantime, Gushing once again is claiming the Tyrant for the squad, which means just more pressure for Seoul Esports to deal with most of the objectives. Seoul Esports has barely attempted for it, and Team Secret just making this look like a piece of cake. JK wanting this red buff for himself is going to claim it without any contention whatsoever, but yet another second, and the Overlord as well as the Tyrant both appearing on the map. The enhanced version, Team Secret making a play for it once again. ICU all alone alongside Ricky, and that's not going to be enough pressure to stop Team Secret. Gushing just going to solo this Tyrant all on his own, and once again the pressure is on. But Seoul Esports wants a fight, and Swan just hopping on deep behind the enemy lines, gets away with the flash and survives. In the meantime, JK overstepped, and he will be punished, and here comes the chase down from Team Secret as well.
Look, Seoul Esports, they took a very huge gamble there. It was a huge risk, right? Because if not only did they lose the Tyrant, they also lost 2 members, JK included, which is your main damage dealer here. They need to be so careful on the side of Seoul Esports. T3 probably for the taking.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now no defense whatsoever. These minions are just so annoying. Seoul Esports unable to get rid of them just yet. And they lose the tier 3 tower down mid on top of everything else that has gone wrong thus far. Blue buff say bye-bye, says Team Secret, as they retreat from the side of Seoul Esports. But on the way, the destruction is just limitless. And Team Secret is leaving Nono behind to poke away at his enemies. In the meantime, the rest of them gathering around the Tyrant.
Yeah, leaving him behind is such a smart move as well, because he's able to get out of sticky situations pretty easily. And you can see Sun, he's just poking them down, and there's no answer from the side of Seoul Esports. There's so many problems that TS have given over to Seoul Esports, and there hasn't been a solution figured out yet.
Yep, Sun has got the blue and red buff. Tier 2 tower taken down, easily down at the bot lane, and Seoul Esports has not managed to walk away with a single tower from the side of Team Secret just yet. Down at the bottom lane, once again, the pressure is on for those towers. Nono gets caught out, but that is going to be inconsequential as this man is literally a tank.
Yes, there is very little they can do right now, because not only are they trading in gold, look, it's 6,000 gold ahead for Team Secret, and also pretty much the entire map, like you mentioned, they haven't taken a single turret on the side of Seoul Esports. So there is so many things that we need to do before the chance can even come.
And to make things worse, the Shadow Overlord claimed by Mr. Sun after Gushing pretty much punched the living daylights out of him. And now it is the setup for yet another team battle as Team Secret pushes on forth. They want this tower on the top lane. JK says no. Gui gets caught out as well, but Gushing just not able to hook him fully on in for a massive fight just yet. But Team Secret has a open fight up against this tower, and that was just made to look too easy from the side of Team Secret.
Yes, so currently now it is going to be a Baron base. So Esports, there's so many problems they need to fix. 3 lanes worth of minions marching down. They also have that Shadow Overlord that is touching that bottom side of the map. You can see Team Secret spread out, looking for the catch.
Oh yeah, and they are about to catch a big one for sure. ICU still here with his life, but the question is for how much more longer? And none of those towers to defend them anymore. The Vanguards attacking from all sides. The Crystal's actually being whacked away by one of those Vanguards. Dharma goes down, and this is now the opportunity for Team Secret to do a little bit of damage here, but they are all pretty much low on life. Have to back away for a little bit of a reset, and Seoul Esports gets a breather.
Okay, it's not the ideal situation for Seoul Esports, but the way that Team Secret took that fight, I think it was a little bit disconnected, right? No was actually on his own. I think the aggression was pretty clean in a sense where he wanted to force the members of Seoul Esports back, split the team apart, so that the rest of Team Secret could really get them pick by pick, right? But I think the communication wasn't as clean. No actually gave his life for not much in exchange. They got a kill on Frost, but the true target they want is actually JK.
Yeah, you got a close to 8k lead here on the side of Team Secret. Every single big objective on the board has been taken by Team Secret. Not a single one of their towers dropped. Every single one of the towers of Seoul Esports taken away already. And now it's just the players on the side of Seoul Esports sitting down at their own home pit here, defending their crystal with their lives. And that is the only thing they can throw in front of Team Secret, because here comes the whole battalion led by Nono, absorbing the initial first few hits just before Team Seoul Esports hops on in for the catch. Gushing almost caught out, but a good retreat in time. Sun will get the first one and the second, and Team Secret just like that about to whoop Seoul Esports into shape. Crystal about to be exposed, and at that point of time, it is a no-gamer here for Seoul Esports. And that brings game one to a very, very quick end. And my goodness me, Seoul Esports had no answers at all for the questions of Team Secret.
Yeah, totally, right? I mean, you can't blame them as well. I mean, there's so little resources to work with. The camps have been constantly invaded on the side of Team Secret. And we talked about it, right? Xuan, I think one of the main things that really worked out for Team Secret was that they allowed his lane to snowball. Frost wasn't a problem for much of the game at all.
I mean, unfortunately, no. He has not been very effective on the Dharma, and time again, he just kept getting poked out, right? We saw a couple of engagements, just pure 1v1s, Dharma versus Charlotte, and you know, he could not withstand that battle as well. We saw, you know, a couple of opportunities for some big team fights, but it was just when a big team fight was going on, it was not a 5v5, it was a 4v5, and you saw Gushing kind of just ripping away those big objectives solo on the map. So all the way, it was just Team Secret. No fight back at all from the side of Seoul Esports, but that was pretty much expected based on some of these previous matches. We were hoping for maybe any miracles for Seoul Esports to show out there, but unfortunately none on this first game.
I think I see where the problem is, right? I think the way that I see Seoul Esports now, they're very gentlemanly, right? I think they're polite. They're making it a fair fight. In a fight, you don't make it fair. You're supposed to go 2v1, crush Charlotte, right? And I think that was what they tried, right? So there were a couple of times where they managed to get the kills, funnel it into 3. But if you take a look at the gold, right? The main problem here was that no matter how much gold you had, it was never close to what Sun had. Look, he has close to 12,000 gold in his bank.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, you're just not going to be able to catch up in that way. And multiple times you just saw them getting you know, shut down time and time again. And no, with that backup, this Lian Po was just so crazy in terms of those defenses, just poking out the players on the side of Seoul Esports time and time again, baiting them out with all of their shots. And we did see Dharma kind of fall for that a couple of times. And whenever Charlotte appeared, unfortunately, Frost just went down. We did see a couple of you know, decent picks coming out of the Ogren. Gui had that on his side, but those were just pretty much stragglers, which did not make anything positive on the side of Seoul Esports work out there on the map. There's a couple of freebies given away by Team Secret as they picked up on the bigger objectives in the grand scheme of things. Looking at some of the tally here, and it looks like a majority of the damage from the side of Team Secret dished out by both Shi-Sun as well as Sun, both you know, over 100,000. And ICU did really well with the Zhangfei. As expected, the defense was solid, but Ogren just wasn't able to step it out, you know, side by side with the Zhangfei in terms of all of that absorption. 99.4k on the damage received. He did dish out quite a little bit, but just not enough to make this Ogren a feared character out there in the hands of Seoul Esports or Gui in the grand scheme of things. And of course, like you mentioned as well, Ken, they kind of fell back on that goal little by little. They were just trailing, and overall, they just couldn't keep up with Sun. I mean, this close to 12K versus whatever JK could kind of drag in up against him. It was just a tad bit unfortunate. But of course, at the end of the day, it's not just about this one game. We still have got potentially 2 more games to play here in the series between Seoul Esports and Team Secret. Game 1 could have been a little bit of a walkover victory here for Team Secret. It seemed like Seoul Esports just had no response for them whatsoever. But maybe in game number 2, we can see a little bit of difference from Seoul Esports. In the grand scheme of things, we know the team has been having a little bit of a challenge when it comes to the teamwork and chemistry out there. Fingers crossed these boys will find better times soon enough.
In this game, and yeah, very curious whether Seoul Esports can come back into this series. Look, it's a best of 3, right? We want it to work, and Team Secret so far, I think they have impressed, but it's now Seoul Esports' turn. Look, they have been dealt the hard card here, the difficult card to play, and we've already seen they have potential. All they need to do is to really just play the winning strategy, winning styles here, stop this growth from Team Secret.
Yeah, and the beautiful part here is also Team Secret with their team plays, right? A total of 31 assists across the board. You can see multiple players are hopping on into those opportunities to eliminate the Seoul Esports players and characters off of the map. And that's the kind of teamwork Seoul Esports needs on their side as well. You kind of mentioned this already, but not just against the Charlotte. They need a 2v1. They need those 2v1s, 3v1s all over the maps if they can catch Team Secret off guard.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the MVP. It is going to be Sun, the man that was almost untouched. 8-1-3 in this game. He was all over the map, getting the kills, getting the gold as well, dealing close to 30%. A good healthy 27% of the team's hero damage was dealt by Sun. This Arlie was just having them chase shadows, honestly, on the side of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, unfortunate. The Arlie was not banned out, but then again, if you're Seoul Esports, I don't know what you can ban out up against Team Secret. And you're right, this Arlie definitely went to town with them. 8-1-3, man was barely dropped out there. Even that one time where he got taken out, honestly, it could have been prevented. It's just Sun overextending unnecessarily because he knew there was no repercussion whatsoever with him being forced to have a hard reset on the map, which is pretty deadly if you ask me on the side of Team Secret. I'm not sure what kind of a response Seoul Esports has for them in this game too.
I agree. I think having a good risk analysis of the game, like where you're at, how far you're ahead, is going to be very useful in terms of like making sure that the game goes in your favor, right? And if you take a look at the highlights, there were so many things. The early aggression coming in from Team Secret was really what set them going. And I think when you meet a composition like the one that Team Secret have drafted for themselves, you definitely expect that early game aggression. So you have to find a shutdown play somewhere, but Seoul Esports couldn't find it.
Yeah, absolutely. And quite honestly, what you're saying is the exact opposite. It was Team Secret that kept finding those early shutdowns time and time again. Team Secret just were pushing aggressively, multiple players at a time, just kind of ganking on these players on the side of Seoul Esports. And there was just no response coming on through. Like you said, too much of respect was shown from the side of Seoul Esports to Team Secret, and that did not benefit them at all. And it kind of ended up in a very rough spot where every single one of the towers were taken down, and that Crystal just could not withstand any more pressure right after the final team fight, where they saw the loss of 4 players back to back. So in the grand scheme of things, it was just way too much of passiveness from the side of Seoul Esports that we want to see not shown in this next game. You know, all out aggression preferably. And I mean, if you go down getting too aggressive, I don't really see any issues with that whatsoever, because we've seen the passive loss already. Maybe the aggressive loss we can accept for sure.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, don't treat this like a debate, right? We're not here to exchange words with each other. We want to exchange fists. And right now, Seoul Esports, they really need to get this aggression going. Once again, it should be Seoul Esports on the blue side and then Team Secret on the red.
Yeah. So obviously we are going to see this time around Team Secret with the bans initially. Seoul Esports, we saw the opportunity for them to make some of these power picks very early on, but they still decided to go with the characters that have not given them much on the gorge thus far. That said though, Seoul Esports hasn't won many of these games, so many of these characters have not really given them the very best out there. I really don't know what they can do up against Team Secret, who's desperate to not get eliminated from this competition and looking for that 5th spot overall on the table before we get to the time where we see the top 6 make it to the play-in skid.
I think we just keep it at a pace where, hey, you know what? Let's just take a page out of Team Secret's book. They want to play the early game, we should play that card as well, right? We are talking about aggression, we want to be hard, we want to be fast, and we want to be potent. And I think that would be the style that Seoul Esports should definitely give a try to.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the drafts as well. Team Secret, once again, they are going to be on the right-hand side, on the red side this time around. And Seoul Esports gets the first ban. They are going to take that Mai out of the equation. I understand exactly why Team Secret not wanting to play the Arlie this time around.
Okay, so Arlie definitely one of the strong farm laners, strongest in my opinion, and then you're going to have the balance of the Long as well as the Mai, simply because that option is not available for them on the Long, and you don't want to give that burst potential to Team Secret with the Mai, right? Now, Diadea going to be banned also on the side of Team Secret, so this keeps things exactly the same as it was in game number 1.
Absolutely, and of course the Luna now dragged in here by Seoul Esports. We've seen the Luna. We've seen the Luna used in here as well in the past from the side of Seoul Esports quite a number of times. I'm just wondering exactly how far they're going to be able to go with it this time round in terms of that aggression. We've seen the pokes out of her in the past. Sang Fei being dragged in here by the side of Gu Sing as well as Lady Sun. Team Secret off to set themselves up for those defenses pretty early on.
Yeah, so I like this pick coming out from Seoul Esports, right? Luna is a very strong pick on the jungle, but it requires the team to be able to deal a lot of burst damage as well. One of the main functions of a Luna is that she's supposed to jump on the backlines, create chaos, create confusion, and hopefully split up the team fight so the fighting power isn't balanced. And Seoul Esports, they complement this with the Dolia Elaine combination. I like this a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we've seen Seoul Esports struggling with the survivability out there. Dolia is going to be able to play her role in making sure they do sustain some of these battles a little bit longer. But we've seen Team Secret already. It's not just about those 1v1s down on any one of these lanes. They're always sticking together. Seoul Esports still needs to find a total team fight disruptor. But as you can see, Team Secret going a totally different route this time around. Earlier on, they had the mobility as well as the damage. This time around, they bring in that Guan Yu. You've got that Sang Fei in there as well. They're going to be able to absorb quite a bit of the hits Seoul Esports can dish out this time around.
Yeah, I think they want to box them in, right? That's one of the main purpose of picking up the horseback rider Guan Yu here. Looking for the flank is going to be very important. So once again, I think this is one very important matchup. Once again, we go back to the clash lane, right? So Xuan going up against Frost in the clash lane. Who's going to do better? Elaine versus this Guan Yu. They will be able to make game-changing plays if their farm is allowing them to.
Yeah, let's take a look and see what other bans comes through here. The Jing getting taken out, no doubts at all. That Jing would have been pretty deadly in the hands of Team Secret here. And obviously Seoul Esports does not want to deal with her based on the current lineup that they've got. And of course, one final ban for the side of Seoul Esports.
Okay, so the weaknesses on the side of Seoul Esports kind of saved at this point, right? The Jing singular burst target, very important to not be able to deal damage against the likes of Seoul Esports because they're kind of squishy at this point, right? Very vulnerable to huge burst potential. So both Nuwa and Jing taken out is a good saving play in terms of draft for the side of Seoul Esports. But Team Secret, slightly different. They don't want to be boxed in. You want to have freedom as the Guan Yu, right? You don't want to be stuck inside the world's my chessboard, my board at this point. So Team Secret, they've also kind of lowered the risk of their lose conditions. Now it's really about, can they get those big junglers? Do they want to go for the big tanky jungler to attract attention, or do they want to go for burst?
And she being brought in here, this is most definitely a very rare character that we have seen used out there. Obviously down that mid lane, fingers crossed we see a lot of mirror domain out there as well, right? We've seen one of the more trickier characters to use for sure in terms of utilities as well as mobility. She's going to be pretty annoying to deal with for the side of Seoul Esports down mid.
She's gonna be like the safe condition, right? So Shi-san in the mid gonna be piloting this Shi. I think his main role at this point is to just watch out for Frost on the lane, or maybe catching out Gui on this Luna. I think that would be the big marker. If either of these heroes get controlled, then Team Secret have a much more comfortable team fight situation to play around.
Yeah, the Vivid Barrage from Marco Polo maybe can do them a little bit of favors as they hop on into some of these big team fights. And the Lady Zen, the final character for the side of Seoul Esports being dragged in. Now, we've seen Lady Zen in their hands in the past. Quite a number of eliminations this Lady Zen has given them. But the most important thing is being able to control the maneuvering on the side of Team Secret. And Ukyo Tachibana being dragged in here by Team Secret. They're just going offhand, off meta here to show us something beautiful. Or is this Team Secret just smiling and saying, just let's have some fun here, Ken?
I wouldn't say let's just have some fun. I think actually this is more like bullying in my eyes because the burst potential of, the Ukyo as well as the Lady Sun is really huge. So if they're able to get like what they envision in the team fights, which is Shi-san getting the catch, and then hopefully Xuan on the Guan Yu managing to box them all into one singular space, then it's a very scary situation once again for the side of Seoul Esports, which is why they picked up like heroes like the Marco. He's able to reposition himself, and that's going to be very valuable in the team fights.
Let's see if or not we get to see any of that snowfall slash that this Ukyo has been able to rain down on many of the players thus far. Sun getting caught out very early on here on the side of Seoul Esports. Team Secret down at the bottom, but it looks like it's going to be a big team fight as Junior hops on in with an invading squad here. And Team Secret is just going to be beating them back. Gushing walking away with that one as if it did not tickle him at all. And it looks like this early invasion is just one that Seoul Esports will not be able to do much about.
Yes, and look, somebody just hit the replay button on that because Gui is not having a good game right away. Look, he has lost the Azure Golem. This is a very prominent buff that he needs to be able to function as his hero. And right now, he doesn't have it for at least another 90 seconds.
Well, down to the bot lane, it seems like trouble's brewing once again as Nuonwo waltz on and sneaking away all of whatever Seoul Esports should have supposedly farmed by now already, and Team Secret cleaning out their camp before heading on in for their own farming at their side of the map as well. Talk a little bit about greed. Team Secret not allowing Seoul Esports to eat much.
Yes, greed is good for Team Secret at this point of time. Now, I think we will change our vision a little bit. So this game, I think I wouldn't pay too much attention to Xuan at this part of the game. I'm actually going to be focused more on Gushing because he's definitely going to be the one making the plays here. When he jumps in, uses those snowfall slashes, it's going to be huge. And once again, they approach the jungle. They know the cooldown timers on this Azure buff. They want to make sure that Gui does not have it again.
Absolutely, and it looks like Gui is going to make sure that red buff belongs to him. Gushing out there in the open, and Frost drops by to say hello at the right time, catching out Gushing, and this is going to be a beautiful one for Seoul Esports. No gets shut down as well. Team Secret, it looks like they overstepped too much, and Seoul Esports had their number in hand.
Yes, perfect gameplay coming out from Seoul Esports. They knew what was coming. In fact, they rotated, I think, almost all of the members over to defend the buff. But more importantly, they got the kill on the Gushing, so he does not have any buff at this point. Will have to settle for his own Crimson Golem at the top side of the jungle. And look, this has put Gui in a very nice position of recovery. Not there yet, but he is safe and sound for the moment.
Yeah, just like that, Seoul Esports cuts the deficit in goal by quite a little bit. And now they are pretty much back in here. They have to make sure, though, those big objectives on the map is not lost. Now setting up a trap here for Nuonwo. Are they going to be able to catch the man out? Beautiful flash by Nuonwo. He just says a big no to them as he steps away.
Yeah, important marker, right? I think Nono also plays a very important part here. His unbridled outburst is actually a win and a lose condition. If used incorrectly, it could give Seoul Esports the opening that they're looking for in the team fights.
Yep, in a 2v3, this seems like Team Secret's not looking to make any big mistakes here with Nono, just trying to bait out some of the shots out of Seoul Esports, which they most definitely do not hold back from doing. But in the meantime, a setup at the top is going to be required as well. That little Overlord is about to appear along with the Tyrant in 10 seconds.
Yes, the rotations do come in from the side of Team Secret, right? I don't think they will want to go for the kills. It's really more to get a prior position for this first Tyrant of the game. Team Secret, so far, they have been the first one to reach the pit, and no contest coming out from the side of Seoul Esports. So they will be given a free Tyrant at the 4-minute mark.
And at the same time, Swan just protecting the Overlord up top to make sure he gives that information to the rest of Team Secret players. If at all, Seoul Esports just double back down to pick up the secondary objective, but no play from Seoul Esports at all. Overlord still stands, and the battle down at the bottom instead is gonna be a torturous one, as they do manage to shut down the outer tower on that bot lane from the side of Seoul Esports. A crazy push coming through from the side of Team Secret.
So you can kind of see what Team Secret is doing here. They're kind of forcing resources out of Seoul Esports' hands. JK and Jin Yong now, both of them don't have the Purify. And with the cooldown timers on the side of Team Secret, they can easily start another fight. So I think it's benefit to the side of Seoul Esports if they can hold Team Secret, don't engage in team fights right now. Maybe this will be a situation that they can turn around.
Well, we're still looking for the big objectives to be absorbed here by Seoul Esports to just have that extra layer of damage potentially out of the Tyrant. But the question is, when are they going to be able to get to it, right? Even on the next spawn, we've seen Team Secret have been hogging the Tyrant like crazy. And JK, beautiful pull coming on through, and Sun with the slay as well. Seoul Esports claims an easy life.
Yep, and this is what we're talking about. Shishan is definitely going to be responsible for not just the saves, but also aggression. So just playing very cleanly with the vision of the map, that is one of the strengths of Team Secret, right? And it's so difficult for JK because you can only be caught once. The moment you don't have Purify, that's it.
Yeah, beautiful jump back by Sun to just assist those minions to shut down the outer tower on their top lane. And now that blue buff under a lot of trouble as well. Gushin going for it. The stun lands onto Ricky, but this pushes away Team Secret from sneaking away their buff.
They actually did. So Gushing did steal the Azure Golem. And so once again, Gui in a very difficult position here. Now Sun also gets that Shadow Ripper, already has the Eternity Blade, right? So 1,000 gold ahead of JK, and you can start to see the snowball potential is going to start showing itself on the side of Team Secret again.
Well, Gushing wants yet another buff for himself, and Team Secret 2 in a row. The blue and red sneaked away. No, stopping this with his life, and Frost just walks away from that one. Thankfully did not get caught out, but Team Secret once again just winning big.
Yeah, they're so lucky. They're so lucky in the sense that Gushing didn't get the Crimson. It was actually used by the Smite of Nono instead. If this buff were to go into the hands of Gushing, I can assure you Team Secret will be over-aggressing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Seoul Esports, they have a little bit of a break here, and they want to set this up to take that Overlord and send those Vanguards the way of Team Secret. But the question is, will Nono bait them out? And the catch is just not there. And the miss hit is going to put Team Seoul Esports on the back foot as they are pushed back. Swan with the dive won't be able to catch out 3 players at the same time. Walks away as if nothing hit him, and beautifully done overall from the side of Team Secret to not really sustain any losses, but they push Seoul Esports back.
Yes, it's so clean, right? Like, look, they don't even go for the fights. It's really just to push the members of Seoul Esports away so that they have easy access into the Tier 1 towers, right? And right now, all the T1s are down on the side of Seoul Esports. So Team Secret now have so much more vision across the map. They're able to walk into a deeper part of the Seoul Esports side without being punished.
Yeah, just bleeding out Seoul Esports. I mean, these camp invasions just coming through time and time again. And now a 4K lead on the goal, and the red buff once again. Will be sneaked away this time by Sun. Gushin gets into a little bit of a confrontation with Frost in the meantime. those minions getting baked, but JK will be able to set up a decent enough defense down here at that bot lane.
And you will start to see, once again, Frost is going to have a struggle because the 3-level difference, Frost did try to go 1v1 against Gushing just now, and you can start to see he's kind of like giving him a pillow and trying to hit him with it, right? And Gushing right now is this huge monster. If he gets a stun onto any of the members on the side of Seoul Esports, it could easily be a kill. But Gui, I think nice job here, actually, you know, conquering his fear, stealing away that Crimson Golem away from Gushing.
Uncontested, decently easy for him to get done. Team Secret, on the other hand, just a little bit busy down here at that mid lane to make sure they protect their outer tower on that mid lane. Just a single tower taken away by Seoul Esports up top. On the side of Team Secret, on the other hand, 4 have been claimed already, with the inner tower down on the bot lane smashed as well. Nono's just getting a little crazy here down in the bottom, and the backup comes through just in time as Gushing hits Ricky. Super solid, rips away his life, claims the second as well. Gushing is just on fire, and Seoul Esports just has no answer for him, and that allows them to shut down the inner tower on the mid lane as well.
Yeah, we're gonna see the first T3 fall maybe here at the 9.5 minute mark.
And the push comes on through. Defense is solid. And Sun almost caught out here, but Gui not overextending, backs away at the nick of time, but Frost will not be able to do the same, and he sacrifices his life. They try to rip away at least one player from the side of Team Secret, but these boys are just way too good with the defense.
Yes, and this one is so painful for the side of Seoul Esports because, look, if the goal were even, that would have guaranteed been a kill for Seoul Esports. They wouldn't have been able to turn the fight. But because the goal differential is so high and the level difference is such a big gap as well, even if you make the correct plays, Team Secret still outmuscle you at this point.
You're most definitely right about that. I mean, these guys are outclassing them, not just with the eliminations on the board, but with the goal and the level ranks as well. And now setting up this Overlord for a quick cookout. And Seoul Esports looks like they're not going to be retaliating up against this Overlord pick at all. Frost just stepping up to see exactly what's going on, but Nono's just going to be holding him back single-handedly. No, Sneak's going to come on through as well, and Frost gets out of that one.
Okay, so they're forced to use the ultimate's refresh onto Frost just as a defensive mechanism. And you can see, look, they even built the Demon's Bane on Gushing, so he does have some magic defense available, but still buffing his attack at the same time. So right now, everything going in sync for the side of Team Secret.
Absolutely, and now the Vanguard's attacking. If Seoul Esports did not already need the extra pressure, and the inner tower, the final one taken down from the side of Seoul Esports. And the objective now for the high ground tower on that top lane looks like it's gonna be an easy one for Team Secret with this push, a single push giving them this high ground tower. And now that Vanguard has got an open lane towards the crystal, while Team Secret makes some good work down at the bottom as well.
Yeah, that's a deep gash on the top side of the map for the side of Seoul Esports. And Team Secret, they're not going to slow down either. This next wave, the Shadow Overlord is flying down. Bot lane maybe going to start opening up. There is going to be quite a lot of structural damage.
Yep, the assist on that Vanguard, opening up the tower for
nice
them,
catch.
but the defense is there. The catch, though, will have Sun slaying Gui instant. Sun hits the double as well. Frost, Swan all goes down, but Swan just absorbing that so that Gushing can still hold his feet up against JK. Junyong traded out, but this is the destruction of that crystal impending Team Seoul Esports. As one final defender holds the ground for them. Nono with the push, but the crystal will not be able to withstand this pressure, and Team Secret takes an easy 2-0 victory over Seoul Esports.
There's no way. I mean, at this point, there really was no way. The goal differential was too big. They did manage to get a couple of nice catches. There was some fight back from the side of Seoul Esports, but Team Secret, when you give them a lead, like I say, I think in MKL, any of these teams, you have a sizable lead, it's very hard to wrestle control back.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they were just outmaneuvered, outclassed in every single way. And the constant invasion coming through from the side of Team Secret, with Seoul Esports not being able to respond much at all, right? I mean, the blue buff got stolen away multiple times. The Crimson Golem just barely stood. We did see a trade of the Crimson Golem on the opposite side, but that was uncontested at all. Team Secret was just playing at their own pace. Seoul Esports could barely keep up with them.
Yes, so everyone knows the strength of a Luna, right? The ability to dive into the backlines, create a lot of chaos, and getting the stunts and getting everyone together. But when you don't have that initial Azure Golem buff, then it makes your life so much harder, which is why Team Secret, they made a beeline for that first buff at the 30-second mark, and you can see the benefits of doing so, right? So once again, they funnel so much gold into the hands of Sun, and with the stuns, the catch, look, Shishan is not a gold-eating fiend at this point. All he needs is a catch. It doesn't matter how much gold he has. Once he has the catch, they have so much burst potential from Sun and Gushing to be able to melt down almost any hero on the side of Seoul Esports.
Yeah, I mean, a 3k differential when it comes to the goal between JK and Sun kind of just shows exactly how how tough this fight was overall for Seoul Esports, even to keep up with Team Secret when it came to the utilities, their items that they try to cash in on. They just were not well equipped to take this fight, and they just got snowballed time and time again. It was just Team Secret dictating the pace on the Gorge, and Seoul Esports barely keeping up with the pacing that was set by Team Secret.
Yes, and look, it may not have been Seoul Esports' day in terms of the draft, but if you take a look at their composition, right, if the script was flipped, if Seoul Esports had that goal lead, yes, they would actually be able to crush Team Secret in every fight consistently. But right now, because of the main goal differential here, look, Sun dealing close to 55,000 damage in terms of hero damage across the entirety of the match shows you how much space he was given in the team fights. And at the last moment where he was dove by Frost, I thought he was dead, but he somehow managed to survive.
Yeah, and obviously thanks to Nono as well, right? Just kind of hopping on and absorbing some of the damage as well. We saw Gusing do, a blithering amount of damage out there as well in some of these team fights, and that was just overwhelming for the side of Seoul Esports. Ricky could not get into many of these engagements, unfortunate for him, as he did try. Shisan was always there to outmaneuver them time and time again. Overall, it was just Team Secret winning on each and every single one of those big and small objectives, and little by little they just kept outscaling Seoul Esports on the gold.
Yeah, it's a very simple strategy coming in from Team Secret, but the double smite was very effective because they had 2 chances to try and go for the steal as well. Yeah. But the real question here is the MVP, right? The gold, we know about it. It was a big downhill slide for the side of Seoul Esports. The moment they started losing buffs, giving kills, the gold was going to go to Team Secret's side regardless.
Yeah, this was never an equal fight, right? From the very get-go, barely at the minute's mark, Team Secret was already ahead, and they just kept pulling ahead time and time again. Seoul Esports kind of tried something, I don't know, because we didn't really see much of a crazy attempt. Seoul Esports was still playing very passive up against Team Secret, and there was no doubt at all it was Team Secret that was forcing them to have that sort of a play style, right? With the constant invasions, forcing Seoul Esports to think on their feet. They barely had enough time to recover up against Team Secret. Of course, a couple of kills being pulled away from them, from their side, time in here and there, but it just didn't make that big of a difference.
Yes, it is kind of like the first mover advantage, right? With the draft that both teams have kind of composed for themselves, whoever gets that first catch normally is going to be in a better position. Of course, this is influenced by how much gold and what kind of items they have, right? And with Team Secret, that initial aggression going into the Azure camp has proven to be one of the household strats to be using up against a Luna, right? When she doesn't have the initial buff, then it's so difficult. But talking about difficult, the difficult decision here was choosing the MVP. But MVP once again going to the Lady Sun, also named Sun at this point, 4-0-3. Once this one was a much cleaner one, totally untouchable.
30% of the damage dished out by this man, and the one drop that he had in the previous game, you said he had an almost perfect match. Yeah, this was that perfect match. Damage taken, 15%. You talk about the proficiency of him choosing when to head on into battle. And obviously, 3 assists, that's not too much because this guy was very concise. If he was getting into a little bit of a tussle, he was walking away with the kill.
Look, I think the marshals have to check, is Sun listening into our broadcast? Because this performance was a little too clean after that, slight criticism that we gave.
Yeah, absolutely. 26% of the gold as well claimed by this guy. I mean, he was just a hard worker out there on the battlefield for sure, kind of outpacing the rest of his own team members. But overall, it was a great teamwork coming through from the side of Team Secret. You can't really pull off some of these aggressive invasions if you don't really have proper communication on your side. And Team Secret just proving that they were the cleanest squad up against the side of Seoul Esports. Unfortunate that Seoul just could not find any sort of comebacks in here at all to push us into a game number 3.
Now, this is the Team Secret that I remember, right? Coming back here, First Blood, of course, of all the situations that happened, making sure that it was funneled into Guxing was a huge one. And you could start to see, right, JK was very uncomfortable in this game because after that first catch by Shishan, you start to wonder as JK on this Marco, where is that actual safety angle that I can engage the fight from? And there wasn't much room to play around because they needed Gui and Frost to jump in. And they really tried. You can see here, it was so close. I thought Sun was dead here, but because the goal was just too big of a gap, Team Secret just too far ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Team Secret, they knew that all along, right? That's exactly what they were aiming for with the very aggressive over-aggressions. And tower after tower, they just made it look so efficient. Unfortunately, skill as well as strategy-wise, it was just Team Secret outpacing and outclassing Seoul Esports. Pretty much the same thing as the previous time they met. This time, it was just a little bit more devastating. I think this is a problem because Team Secret is getting better. We thought they were already decent.
Yeah, they definitely were, right? I mean, the Team Secret that I remember, they did have some gaps. They weren't super consistent in their team fights. But this new Team Secret that we're laying our eyes upon, I think it's a good improvement. Are they able to handle the best out of the best? I'm not sure yet because we have seen, in fact, I have seen quite a few of the games of the top 3 teams in the standings right now, and they are absolute monsters.
Yeah.
So I find it very hard for Seoul Esports because I think they have been improving.
Yeah.
But the top teams are really just ahead.
Yeah.
Too far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely, man. I mean, if they couldn't even take the fight up against Team Secret, and they got outclassed in this way, like you said, Team Secret is not even the best in the competition just yet. So the journey for Seoul Esports to kind of learn and make this comeback overall may be a little bit of a long one, but let's bring the conversation onto a little bit of a more positive side. We've got an interview with the winners. That's exactly who we have from Team Secret, Ken.
All right. We haven't spoken to him in a long time. Hello, Sun, 你在吗?
Hello. 还在.
Okay. So I have spoken to Sun. I think the last time I spoke to him was about a few months back. So, Sun, 今天的比赛你觉得这个赛场有压力吗？还是蛮轻松的？等一下不要回答先啊。So I'm asking him whether he feels stressed about this match and how he thinks his thoughts about this game.
我觉得是没有什么压力了，因为我们也是输很多场了吧，调整一下就好了。
Okay, so he doesn't feel that this game is particularly stressful. They have lost quite a few games, so it's really more about adjustments made for the team. AJ, you have any questions for him?
Absolutely, man. I mean, how confident is your team for the plains later on? Are you looking forward to getting into a tussle once again with BSC as well as Nova?
听得懂吗？
听不懂。
听不懂 ，OK。So 你们要进去总决赛的这一个时期的时候，你们觉得有自信吗？然后如果再次遇到 BSC， 你们觉得这一次有信心打得赢吗？
我觉得我们是可以进得去的，做好我们自己就好了。但是如果再遇到他们的话，我们还是可以拿下他们的。
Okay, so let me answer the BSC question first. Right? If they meet BSC again, they're super confident. They will be able to beat them. Okay. In terms of like their confidence going in, I think they're making adjustments, and we'll see how it goes, right, as they make their adjustments for the play-in. So I think full of confidence for Team Secret. This is the Team Secret that I know and remember. So it's really refreshing. And any last questions, any points? AJ, anything?
Not from me, buddy.
Okay, let me think of one last question for Sun. Okay, 在这一个比赛，你觉得最强的射手除了你是谁？ So I'm asking him, besides him, who does he think is the strongest farm laner in the Pro League for MKL?
I think it's BSEJR.
Okay, BSE JR. So rivals from the past, and I think the respect is still thrown on his name. So very curious. Okay, we wish you the best of luck in your planes attempt, and hopefully you get to secure that 6th place as well. 谢谢你 for 这个采访。
You gotta love the confidence out of him, Ken. I mean, he wants to look forward to this battle up against BSE, and they're very confident they're gonna be able to walk away with the victory as well. And that's exactly what you want to hear out of Team Secret if you're a fan.
Yeah, so for those of you that are unawares of the history between BSE and Team Secret, these two teams have been fighting each other for a long time now for, coveted spots in big competitions. And so far, BSE has triumphed them all.
Yeah.
But more about that the next time during the plains. Right now, we're preparing for our next series of the day, which is going to be DTE going up against O2. And this one is one that really matters a lot. AJ, I mean, the stakes for this one are so high.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of them are pretty much neck and neck. DTE has got more matches that they have lost, but that's not by many, right? That's just 2. Overall, in terms of series that has been won, they are neck and neck. And DTE is looking for the victory over O2 Esports, obviously, to leap over them, because at the end of the day, it's not a guarantee just yet. They could just be pushed down. Team Secret is on their way up as well. So yeah, it's a really crucial one for them. And we are also looking at the whole setup for the play-ins, schedule as well, right? So this one is going to be an important one for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they have the chance to kind of change the table, right? Because they're 2 out of the 3 teams fighting for that last slot to EWC as well. A win here is definitely going to hugely impact the way that things will pan out in the later parts of MKL, but also the bigger picture of going for the World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to be taking a quick short break in a little bit for sure. When we come back, like we said, it is going to be DTE versus O2. That is going to be a series you guys most definitely do not want to miss. But of course, we are pretty curious, who do you think is going to grab the victory here as well? I'm pretty sure both of these teams have got massive in terms of fan base across Malaysia.
Yeah, let us know, right? I mean, whatever social media platform you're on, put in the comments who do you think is going to win. Take your risks. But for now, let's go for a short break. When we are back, it will be DTE going up against O2, a monster match. Please stay seated. We'll see you in a bit.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Innkeeper, this is from the guest upstairs.
Huh? My, I'm rich.
He said it was a repayment.
Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook. Where's the men? Let the 12 houses keep it safely. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade.
Fine, I'll play your game. After all your travels, you couldn't even buy a decent sword?
Silence!
You have skills, but I see plenty of openings.
Not bad, Master of the House of Riches.
Want it back.
Let's get out of here!
Sorry!
Read the manual!
Come on, we're just playing around. Why so serious?
This concerns the good of the martial world. You can't have the book!
Allow me? Few prestigious schools talk a big game, but you're all just making excuses for yourself. You're still here?
Not good. It's a fake!
You're playing with us.
Illusion magic! Run!
I don't plan it did. This would never have happened.
Those tears of a broken heart, broken spirits restless in the dark. There's no way to resist. We'll get the secrets after.
Magic! Despicable!
That's why Megan keeps the martial manual for himself. For that treasure. I see. It's with the sword.
Quiet! The manual is already back out in the world!
An excellent performance.
The Forbidden?
Welcome to the end. Welcome to your doom.
I come from wealth and pave my road with gold. The world is mine to discover.
As a blade can be straight or curved, deeds are just or crooked.
A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world.
With the might of stones, I shall crush my foes.
Darkness, the precursor to light.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter-sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life, I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Eyes are so complicated.
Your little business isn't worth my time. I smirk at people's greedy nature, for the fleeting fortune shall be their dark future. Hey! Fistfuls of gold! Light as willow blossoms! Golden strike! Dressed with dignity, moving with grace. elegant as a soaring swan. The human heart is unpredictable. Even the righteous can be untrustworthy.
Welcome to Honor of Kings, the update with the most perks ever. A great battle is about to begin in the new season. All alone? Yeah. New mode, platform bounce, quick join team fight.
You know I'm ready to feast. Out of the belly at least, I'm ready to eat. They wanna bury the beast, but did it nefariously. I'm back active, grab action, leg work and some back smash. Not me, but I'm back spazzing. Right now, but you wanna be great? Show me. Ain't nothing left that I came to say. Show me. Show me. Let's go. I do not care what you came to say. I do not come here to play no games. I do not care what you came to say. I did not come to play no games. I am the one that knows the trophies. You better.
Victory! Defeat.
It's high five day. No one loses.
All about another round.
High five day. Tons of team perks.
Welcome
back to
It
the
is
Malaysian
time.
Honor of Kings League. My apologies for stealing that away from you, bro. We are at the Spring 2025 season, supported by our official tournament partner, Realme Gaming. This is week 5, day 1. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Kindofu. Now you can say something, sir. I'm sorry, bro.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I think, end of the day, there are some miscommunications. And as apparently, right, some of the teams, they're still trying to work out the formula of trying to win the games in the series. And I think, you know what? I think at this point, it's very important that we kind of like calm our nerves, especially for the players itself, because there's a lot at stake, especially for these two teams here, DTE and O2. While this doesn't really set everything in stone just yet, you want to be in a prime position for the play-ins.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, this is going to be setting the brackets up. The first and second spot obviously are going to be making the qualifiers straight up towards the upper bracket semifinals. And if you are from that third all the way down to the 6th spot, you have an opportunity at the play-ins to sneak yourself into the brackets, right? So this is going to be most definitely very, very crucial, because who you meet could also pretty much determine if or not you are sent out whilst you play in that play-in. So it's going to be really crucial. And of course, 7th and 8th spot will say goodbye before we head on in towards the play-ins. And so therefore that means Soda and Seoul Esports in a lot of trouble. And obviously, by the way Seoul Esports looked in that first series of the day, it looks like they have run out of options. Toda, on the other hand, desperately trying to catch up with a Team Secret, who just got that perfect victory, which means this is, a decent enough spot for them. And like you mentioned, DTE up against O2 Esports in this next series, very crucial to determine our setup for the playoff board.
Yes, actually, if they win this series today, they overtake O2, right? In terms of like the scoreline and standings.
Yes.
So I think it's a really important day for them as well. So I'm really curious how they will do, but we need to take a look at the people responsible for the livelihood of their organization, right? So let's take a look at DTE and O2. I'm going to start with the O2 boys here. Let's take a look at K1, Care, Kongling, White, as well as X1. These 5 boys have done their best. I think they have really put up quite a good performance in the league so far.
Oh yeah, no doubt at all. I think, phenomenal performance from the squad. But when you look at over the side of DTE, you've got BB, CM, Zunzun, Zisse, as well as Hao. And we have seen some phenomenal plays from players like Zisse, as well as Zunzun for sure. And they have most definitely been a fearsome team to take on. But this is a fair fight between the two for sure. It's really going to be hard to take a pick as to who's going to take the W at the very start of the day. It's all going to be dependent on the drafts shortly.
Yes, neck and neck, right? I think actually the junglers on both teams are so important in the game, but also we have seen in the previous series, Clash laners are of utmost importance. So let's take a look at the exchange of the Clash laners so far.
And let's take a look at CM versus K1. And on every single stat, you see CM having the edge over K1 here. This could just be telling of what could happen out there. Even with the hero pool, you have CM who has a little bit of a wider range of heroes to play with depending on how O2 wants to play the bans later.
Yes, very close in terms of most of the stats here. The only difference that really speaks out at me is the KDA. So CM very more apparently very kill heavy in the team fights, right? He's able to secure more performances for the side of DTE. So maybe that might be the marker that really puts them and edges them ahead against O2 today.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, looking at the side of DTE, it's not just going to be these two players. Obviously, we've got a little bit more, to look for in terms of Sissy, Hao, as well as Zunzun.
How punishing they can be, but how clean is their gameplay, right? I think that might be the decider of certain factors in the game, especially when it comes down to gold accumulation. They're both pretty tight-knit in that area.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, in terms of the defense or the offense, we see both teams kind of playing this head-to-head with a lot of their character picks as well. Their heroes are very similar. They play on the meta quite a lot. We've seen Hao on the Dharma. We've seen him kind of like rock that Byron as well. And on the opposite side, when you look at White, you do see some similarities coming through from what are their character preferences. So they should have been able to read each other like a book so far already and know exactly how they want to take this first pick. So one thing that is going to be crucial is seeing exactly who's on that blue and red side, who gets to pick these heroes first to kind of set the pacing for the drafts at the start of the day.
Yes, it also plays into consideration very heavily on the sides. I like that you picked that up because end of the day, if let's say you're going to be starting on that blue buff, you would really much prefer heroes like the Luna, as we've seen in the first series of the day. This is beneficial to the rotations they will make as well, right?
Yeah.
But we all know, like MKL teams, we have been here for 5 weeks. This is the 5th week, and we are kind of getting into the thick of things where if you have a win condition, all the teams will be looking to really just cancel that win condition out, right? How do we make your life difficult? And how do we make our lives easier?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, but when you look at O2 versus DTE and some of the big names that they have taken on so far, DTE has lost to both Nova Esports as well as Black Shrew Esports, right? And then on the side of O2, on the other hand, you have them beating Nova 2-0, and that was pretty insane coming out of O2 Esports. That instantly puts DTE on a little bit of a back foot here in terms of the capabilities of O2. You think that's making them a little nervous, Kin?
Actually, I would just give them a little bit of credit. I would say that Nova, based on the game that I was watching, right, the series where they won 2-0, I would say that Nova was kind of practicing strats, right? They were trying things out against O2, not to take anything away. End of the day, it's still a very difficult composition to play against. So O2, yes, I think they have proven themselves worthy of that title where they are to be you have to be really careful going up against them, but it's not like the actual Titans where they're unbeatable, you know?
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I actually have to agree with you there. It didn't seem like Nova Esports was going all out, not to take anything away from O2, but it just seemed like O2 was a little bit more comfortable with that sort of a pacing. I was shocked that it did not go into a game number 3 and they were able to get things settled within 2 games in itself. I don't think many were expecting Nova to drop the series up against them, because if you take that one away, then once again you just go back to a 50-50 between DTE and O2. This is probably a game number 3 by the end of the day here.
Yes, I fully agree. I think we're in for a very tight-knit series at this point of the day. And I think of all the teams to watch in terms of like it being close, there are certain matchups that I'm super curious about, like the Nova AG, and then you have BSC and Team Secret. There's so much history behind these teams. And right now, the new boys, they're giving us one of the best stories here because both teams made it through the qualifiers to come here. And it really just shows their growth, right? DT and O2, they have met before, they've battled, both of them have bled. But today, we'll set the stage as to who is going to take one step closer towards the third place position before we head into the play-ins.
Absolutely, and the last time they met, it was O2 Esports that took a 2-1 victory over DTE. In that same breath, it was DTE, the one that got the victory over Nova. So I don't know if or not that is an indication of DTE maybe turning things around a little bit up against O2. But it's most definitely once again going to go down to that drafts, right? Because when we saw that Dharma in the hands of K1, I believe, on the side of DTE, it was pretty phenomenal. That Dharma was involved in a lot of these fights, but he wasn't walking away with a lot of those kills. It was just mainly the disruptions that he was kind of giving away. But it seemed like O2 had them at a checkmate right after because they had all of their gameplay read already. You know, it was just early, very leads from them, and they took control of the map very, very early on after that, after just that one experience going up against DTE. So that could be a little indicative as well as to what's about to happen.
Yes, curious to see what kind of homework they've done on each other, right? I think this is definitely going to be starting to show in the drafts in terms of like where do they want to put the pain points in. But let's take a look at the drafts. Let's put the theory to the test and make it practical at this point.
Let's take a look and see exactly who swings Lady Luck in their direction here with the picks. And obviously it's going to come through with the bans first, and looks like we do not want to be dealing with some of these longer range engagements.
Yeah, for sure, right? The Mine, the Diadea, Luna, these are all the same kind of bans we've seen in the previous series as well. And I think right now they don't want to kind of shake the ante here. They don't want to change the formula. But O2 does ban out the Zhangfei.
Yeah, the Zhangfei is not going to be available on the side of DTE Gaming, and it's obviously it's not going to be a huge deal for them because they still do have some good options enough for the support out there. We have seen them run the Ming, the Sunbin in the past as well, but very early on, it's going to be O2 Esports bringing in that Fist from the side of Dharma as well as Space, so heavy hitters early on for the side of O2.
Yes, and that's the reason why they ban out the Zhangfei, right? Because if you're going to ban out the Zhangfei, I mean, most probably you're open to giving up the RLE. And there is quite a lot of control, but also burst damage coming out from the side of O2 Esports. So DTE, I think at this point, they need to get rid of people who are able to control them and also try and maybe add a tank into their lineup. Someone that's able to buy space.
Yeah, on the side of DTE Gaming, you've got Arlie with the damage output and Dolia as well with a little bit of control out there in some of these team fights. And DTE has shown that it was, pretty effective up against other teams, up against O2 Esports. On the other hand, we see the Nuva ban coming on through because they don't really want a lot of this long-range capability from their side, and they see it as a potential disruptor to their own lineup as well.
It is, definitely. I mean, the huge burst potential is definitely scary against the likes of O2, right? Now, O2, they're going to go for a very early game-centric draft here. I'm pretty sure Princess Frost should be coming through, right? We're talking about the combinations offered. So DTE, they go with the Lane Dolia. And O2, they swap it out. They want to change a different kind of stun. They get the Angela as well because I think they know that DTE needs a tank. And they have taken a tank shredder in the form of Angela. This is great.
Yeah, absolutely. And DTE, on the other hand, they've got a double pick coming on through here, and this is where they have to be just a little bit more proficient in terms of some of the team's fights here, because obviously a lot of disruption capability on the side of O2 Esports. They need to sustain some of this, dish some of it back as well for their sidekick.
So they need someone very tanky, that's one. And in terms of like the mage, I would think that either you go for the save option or maybe you try and get some more control. Because DTE right now, they don't have the best lockdown. And so Lady Chen, I think it fixes that problem for the moment, but it's a very close range hero in a sense where maximum efficiency the closer you are.
Yeah, absolutely. And we kind of saw Dianwei as well, a lot of damage absorption from this character, and that's exactly what they're going to be needing as well. Like you mentioned, they have to bring in the tank on their side. O2 Esports with the lineup, with the Shoyu kind of wrapping things up. So a lot of firepower courtesy of O2 Esports on this fight, and the mobility is there for their side as well. So this is going to be a pretty rough one for DTE to deal with in this opener.
I think this is going to be a monster match because both teams, they're not giving really safe options. They're going all in, right? So it really is who's able to take control of the farm and the map. Because if O2 gets the lead, you can't fight back against their lineup. And so you're being picked by X1. It's a very late game hero. But the other four, they're pretty much getting power spikes the moment they hit level 4.
Absolutely. Early opener here down in the mid lane, and it looks like we are kicking off this party with a surprise. Courtesy of Fongling and K1, but nobody's going to be caught out too early just yet as we find those pieces out there.
Yeah, but early start, this is stock standard coming out from O2, right? So not only do you secure the River Sprite, you take away a camp from the side of DTE Gaming. So right off the bat, O2 having a very good start to this game. And if X1 steals away this creep, then it's not going to be good. But okay, DTE, they kind of secure a small win in the bottom side of the map.
And it's a little bit of a skirmish here that is most definitely going the way of DTE for the time being, but down mid, there is a potential here that they push on forth and find a little bit too much before they can handle. How almost caught out there, but an easy sidestep by the Dogen.
Yeah, right now both teams kind of trying to funnel farm into their respective jump, right? Because they will be that first few win conditions in the starts of this match. If they can actually get the burst down onto a couple of the heroes on either end, it will help amplify their farm as well.
Yeah, but fantastic stun there, but no follow-up coming on through. Fongling just getting teased a little bit here by the players on the side of DTE, and the mid skirmish will boil down to absolutely nothing. Up top though, Dharma up against CM. Opportunity as the pushback comes on through here by Hao. And a fantastic stun once again late, but will force him to get that flash used and get himself out of there.
Yeah, I like the fact that Hao actually equipped and brought the stun coming in as his combo spell. I think this can definitely set up a couple of nice situations for the side of team.
Then the teaser breaks down into more of these just light engagements at the mid part of the map. Up top, on the other hand, you've got K1 just teasing around his partner CM here on the clash lane, and looks like he's going to be grabbing the extra goal at the start.
Yeah, also has the EXP lead, right? So this is fairly important for the side of O2. I think right now, I'm very comfortable with O2's style of play. They have controlled the map pretty well. But in terms of like engagements, I think it's still in benefit to O2 Esports for now. Because DTE, they might be able to get quite a bit of damage, but initiation-wise, it's not the easiest. They don't have hard lockdowns that act fast.
Well, it looks like the party is about to be started here, because in under a minute, we will get our first few big objectives on the board. The Tyrant and Overlord about to appear. And obviously, the setups are going to ensue shortly for those big objectives. Up top, you've got a 2v3. I don't think is going to go their way. Beautiful stun coming on through here by K1, and White hopping on in as well. But that's a long fight to hop on into CM with an easy delete, and Titsa follows it up. Cad drops the bomb onto them as well. A 2-for-2 on each side. My goodness me, what a tussle that was.
Yeah, but I'll give the benefit to O2, right? They managed to stop the growth of CC here on the early, and that's a huge marker. Going up against X1, look, there is a lot of time to be bought. They need to slow down X1. So the fact that now CC on the early is slowed down by just that little bit, it could be a big problem for the side of DTE Gaming.
Absolutely. Now the timing, a tad bit off that doesn't give either side the advantage here on the Overlord or Tyrant. And O2's not going to be waiting on Ceremony. How from the back? Not able to sneak that one away. O2 will claim the first big objective. The Tyrant to their side. Extra bit of damage as they potentially set up the Overlord.
Yeah, CM was trying to cut the waves there and hopefully allow him to make that early rotation and try and go for the gang on the mid, but already spotted out by K1, right? And so all the things that could have made O2's life a little bit more difficult, just not really achieved on the side of DTE Gaming. And I think this might cost them as we head to the mid stages of the game. This 10-minute Shadow variance will be a very big marker for both teams.
Overextension comes on through here as well. A lot of patience being shown by O2. Paramount up top. And down mid here though, we have got a little bit of a party being started on the side of DTE. Pei in a lot of trouble. Kongling, one misstep, and this could be over with the minions pushing on fourth. DTE not really going in for the full-on commitment.
Yeah, they can't, right? I think at this point it's a huge risk because Kongling is at level 10. And if you take a look at the rest of the members on the side of DTE, they're all easy targets for him. And I think this is where you will start to see DTE with the lack of hard CC and suppression. I think that will be the difference maker. And O2, they haven't actually been stopped in their aggression just yet.
Not just yet. And now here's the overextension coming on through. All thanks to the minions. It looks like the inner tower on the top lane. One more shot in there and it goes down. CM not able to get there to the defense of the tower in the nick of time, and that is a big blow. But now Care getting caught out and a beautiful delete coming on through courtesy of BB. Back up on the side of O2, a tad bit slow, but down here X1 holding on for his dear life, trying to make sure the defense on that outer tower is decent down mid, and that was executed perfectly. But the one loss of Care though did not put them in the back foot.
I mean, that's why they pick up the stun on Hao, right? So they were really aware that they didn't have enough stuns. So Hao jumping in to get the stun onto the members of O2, that was a big play. So Hao is actually going to be responsible for quite a bit of success, because if they get the lockdowns coming in onto O2, then DTE can have a good fight. There is a chance of a much better fight for them.
Well, this Pei is about to rip away a beautiful one, but it is Care. Beautiful shutdown. Kongling with a hop in as well. No catch on Tsutsa, but overall, Hao punished once again. This time it's the pressure onto that outer tower down on the bot lane as K1 takes BB out of the equation. 2 out of the numbers now for the side of DTE.
Yep, look at the punches.
Yep, the punches come raining on in, and Kongling will find yet another Sun with a sliver of health, manages to back away, and it is just CM dealing with the rest of the squad as he spots the opportunity with Kongling, sneaks on in into the crowd, rips away alive, and steps away as if nothing happened.
Yeah, and this is what's so painful about O2's draft, right? It may feel like, hey, they have a lot of kills, they're able to get, you know, these exchanges, but the real pain point is they're taking turrets away. The map is starting to look so much cleaner for the side of O2. All the tier 1s have been taken by the side of O2, and now the map is so much smaller for them.
Yep, and the top lane obviously having the inner tower taken out as well is not going to do DTE any bit of favors. And now with O2 trying to engage with the Overlord, it looks like those Vanguards are going to be pressuring up top yet again. But big on team fight demanded here as the blue buff is sneaked away by Kongling. DTE once again on the back foot, and they look like they can't do much about it.
They really can't. I mean, with the Azure Golem, they assure that they are going to be stronger on the side of O2 Esports. Now, the gold differential, once again, nearing about 2,000. Not the biggest, right? But if you take a look at where that gold has been funneled, it's all into the hands of Kongling. And this Tiger is going to be able to sniff out its food very easily right now.
Oh my, just swinging back and forth between these big objectives. O2 on the setup for the Tyrant this time around. In the meantime, saying hello to the Fire Beak as well. DTE was standing by, but they stood around a little bit too long. Beautiful shutdown onto Hao. Sisi almost shut down, and Zun could not care less as he traded back a double for himself. DTE now forcing O2 on the back foot.
Oh, finally, some life coming out from the side of DTE game. That was a good recovery. They cut the loss down to about 1,000 gold ahead for the side of O2 Esports. But still, look, they haven't been able to put their hands on X1. He does not have any kills, any assists, but the fact that he's alive and doing well in the game is costing DTE as we hit that 10-minute mark in about less than a minute to go, this is where O2 will have a sudden power spike.
Absolutely, and DT is not looking forward to that at all. Vanguard's going to be taken out of the equation. In the meantime, DTE will be able to take down their first one, all thanks to the minions down in the bottom. But once again, it is the fight for the Azure Golem, and DTE, I think at this point, is starting to get a little bit annoyed.
Oh yeah, I think annoyance is an understatement at this point. If I was Zunzun, I'll be furious, dude.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course, O2's not looking to stop this overpush anytime soon. We are all equal in the number of kills on both sides, but Kong Ling just way too furious to be stopped at this point of time, and the Tyrant will not be able to sustain for much longer, but Sun Tzu pops on in, and Crucial Steel comes on through. DTE now with the advantage.
Yeah, it might seem like not that big of a thing for the side of DTE Gaming, but essentially they just bought themselves quite a bit of time. The Tyrant buff now allows them to clear the waves faster. They can also take good team fights here.
Yeah, beautiful as they catch out Care. Sun Tzu with the first hop on in, and he does not allow him to step away at all. Sun Tzu is on fire at this point of time, and O2 does not know what just hit them, and now the setup for the Overlord as well, courtesy of DTE.
Yeah, look, 1 second decision, they're going for more.
Well, they're going for more indeed, and White is not able to sustain the battle up against Sisse. Sisse shut down, beautiful, as he goes in for the follow-up as well. White out of the equation, and overall O2, they have no idea how this one turned around, but now all of a sudden they're running away.
Yeah, you know what? We don't need the CC. We have enough damage to get the kills. And Zunzun really putting in the damage and work for the side of DT Gaming. And all of a sudden, look, 5 seconds of difference, one decision. They've now turned it around. Over 1,000 goal lead going to the side of DT Gaming.
And this all started with the steal on the Tyrant with the final shot, beautifully executed by DTE. And now O2 on the back foot, and they are not able to stand in a 5v5 in a decent way. Kong Ling once again, early opener. DTE just waiting for the opportune moment to hop on in. The stun onto Hao. In the meantime, the freeze onto K1, and he's gonna get jumped. There's no way K1 gets out of there. His truth was instantly cancelled out, and DTE going for the shutdown onto the outer tower down mid as well.
Okay, so T1 should be secured cleanly by the side of DTE.
Beautifully done. And O2 now has no idea what just happened. In great sequence, they have lost 4 towers back to back. Kong Ling being pushed back, and this Bay is going to be pretty fancy on the footwork. On the defense, though, is going to have a tough time. The Vanguards have joined the battle, but in the meantime, DTE, easy work on the inner tower at that bot lane.
Really, does Kong Ling want to jump him? I don't think so. That would have been a nice situation to be in, right? But okay, look, while the situation isn't exactly rainbows and butterflies for the side of O2, they have a win condition that is very strong in the late game. And I'm pointing at X1. Right, this Soye is going to deal a lot of damage. And if they can actually break this T3, hang on, there's not enough time. O2 might get this.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautifully done here. The Vanguard with the push. DTE on the pushback. Kong Ling, they need a stun, but they missed that, and it is CM that's cancelled instead as Care arrived on time. White is going on for the push. Kong Ling a little low for the full-on engagement, but DTE successfully pushes back the forces of O2.
Oh, you had to know, right? On DTE side, you had to know that was the one win condition they were looking for. And now there's a deep gash on the top side of the map. So DTE Gaming, once again, they've actually thrown away that lead. O2 secure that advantage in the gold again.
Absolutely, and now 7 towers down on the side of DTE. Even the inner tower down this mid lane, and like you said, that big gash up top. This is just trouble for DTE. They need another decent enough big team fight, and potentially things could start off here with the Tyrant engagement. Kong Ling being pushed back. Spade not wanting to deal with multiple players on the side of DTE just yet.
Oh, K1, sneaky. He's waiting for an opportune moment. Right? At this point, if he knows that they're all going to be rounded up together, he's going to have a perfect outcome.
Yeah, absolutely big fight. And how, unfortunately, the jump just was not good enough as Sun Tzu gets cancelled out of the equation here. And a good turnaround as CM backs away. He's not going to be able to get away with this one as White and Kong Ling both take him to town, and X1 will be able to slay him out with O2 Esports now forcing DTE on the back foot. 3 of their players down for the count, and up top, Zun trying his best to keep those minions away, but he knows trouble is awaiting.
I think maybe this could be game here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Zun pushed back, and it looks like the high ground tower mid is taken out as well. Beautiful shutdown as K1 does manage to trade out Zun, but Kongling is going to make BB pay, and the crystal is just absolutely demolished. Unfortunate the way it went for DTE as O2 starts off strong and ends strong.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit of shakiness in the middle parts of the right? That nice steal on the Tyrant, I think that really shifted the favors over to the side of DTE. But they made one mistake, and it really was just one mistake, that T3.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a tad bit unfortunate, but the comeback was almost perfect, right? I mean, they did manage to get a monstrous steal away. They turned the game around for a little bit. But like you said, just these small mistakes, and we kind of assumed that was going to be the case between these two teams since they were so neck and neck in terms of how they've been playing the competition so far. And it was indeed neck and neck. I mean, it was just those fine few moments that could have turned the game around, and they did.
Yeah, I have to commend the Liang. I think, suppression coming in, the control, that was one of the big win conditions coming out from O2, right? Not only does it suppress the target, but it also buys so much time for X1. And end of the day, what you needed the lane to do outside of DT is you want him to jump onto the back lines and catch the correct targets. But X1 was always just out of his reach, which was so scary because you would not forgive yourself for not going in.
Yeah, and X1 just literally just walked away from many of these battles and then hopped right back in to decimate his opponents. I mean, O2 just had it good this time round, and DTE, unfortunate. And obviously, some of those buffs that got sneaked away as well, DTE wasn't too happy with that, but they did manage to control the situation real quickly.
Yeah, I think, we have to give credit to DTE Gaming as well. This was not an absolute smash. I like the creativity of taking the stun onto Hao on this Dolia as well. It did create a couple of nice situations, but, they didn't play the map well enough. And once again, it led to that opening on the top side of the map, right? And when you have a bleeding wound on the top, it's something you cannot take your eyes off of.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, K1 hitting a total of 4 kills in total in this matchup. I mean, this guy was just being sneaky all around. This Dharma was very effective this time around. I'm actually a little bit surprised as to how he walked away with so many towards the end. But overall, great stuff from O2 Esports. Let's take a look at some of these numbers here as well and see exactly who sustained the most on the side of DTE.
I mean, DTE, it had to be Zun, right? I think Hao did quite a good job. Both of them around that 70k mark of in terms of damage taken. But O2 Esports, the majority of the damage came from the side of X1 as well as Kongling, both of which we know were going to be the big win conditions, right? So the moment they don't fall in battle, then it becomes so much more harder for the side of DTE Gaming because, look, they don't exactly have the best firepower as well. CC actually died pretty early in a couple of these fights.
That makes K1 the most efficient player out there. Look at his damage versus the number of kills he took overall. Obviously, majority of the work being done by the rest of his team members as well. But this Dharma was definitely very, very cool, smooth and effective out there. Looking at the gold as well, you see exactly where Team DT kind of starts to fall back a little bit, on every single front, especially with CM and Zun just not being able to keep up with both K1 and Kongling.
Yeah. So look at the team fight rate. It's so much higher for CC in comparison to X1, right? The difference between the Ali and this. And you can start to see why that's happening. The gold swing, when X1 hits those items, he had a very low team fighting rate, which means he was not fighting most of the game, he was farming. But CC was on the exact opposite end. He was forced to fight almost the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, this one decent Tyrant steal really looked like it was just going to swing this game around, and things were all happening the side of DTE, kill after kill, and it looked like they had kind of evened up the odds, which they did. And then, of course, it was just a couple of mistakes up top. You saw O2 going in for the extra aggressive push on the tower that led to a kill, and overall the bigger objectives being snuck away by them as well, which kind of piled on the pressure little by little on DTE.
But this is what I expected out of both teams, right? Coming into this game. But the question here is, who is the MVP? We have to talk this guy. It has to be I don't want to. And yes, it is. This time it's going to be Pei Kongling taking it over his X1. So you're here 2-1-9. This guy was responsible for the snowball effect that the whole team benefited off of.
I mean, team player for sure, very irritating to deal with him. I mean, we saw him prowling all over the map earlier on. He had that mobility, he had the damage, and he also clearly had the ability to take some of the damage dished out by DT as well. Overall, well-deserved MVP on the side of Kongling.
Yes, I mean, if you have a composition where Liang is your win compositions, you need a lot of burst potential, right? And that's exactly what O2 offered as an entire draft. So once that control was laid down, you have so much burst damage in the form of X1, you have so much burst damage in the form of Kongling, and even White himself does have quite a critical amount of damage. But this initial play, unfortunate, CC, like I said, pretty much fighting the whole game, and being caught out is not one of the strengths on the side of DTE.
Yeah, for sure. And, overall, Kongling, just when you thought this man was going to get taken down, he just hops away and allows the rest of his team members to get the damage done. And overall, just staying super effective in the matchup, just jumping into fight after fight. And even when CM thought he was going to be able to walk away with this unscathed, Kongling just showed him exactly who is boss. Just kind of keeping him still in that fight, allowing the rest of his team members, X1 in that case, to just go in there with the final blow.
Yeah, and of course we were very focused on the fights and things like this, right? But in the midst of all the action, I mean, we were wondering, hey, where are all these coming in for the Dharma? And K1, he was actually on the back lines, 1v4, 1v3. This guy was just taking the punches, but giving it as well. So those kills, they didn't come out of nowhere. And I think the ability to really hold the other members of DTE, set up situations where O2 was able to capitalize on it. If you can't kill X1 in that one combination you're offered as CM on this lane, then your life is pretty much forfeited at that point.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, very, very effective used on the Dharma this time around. And what seemed like it was going to be a 50-50 fight did definitely seem a 50-50 until, of course, O2 just started snowballing them with those towers and the big objectives. The Tyrant as well as the Overlord combo a little bit later parts of the game definitely kind of tipped the pressure over on the side of DT a little bit too much. They couldn't handle some of these big team fights. But now we go into game number 2, where DT has to desperately try whatever that's in their arsenal to push this into a game number 3. Or it's going to be a little rough on them. Like you said, this third spot is very crucial that they fight for it.
Yes, I mean, if you're on the side of DTE, you don't want to give free wins, right? And that game, they really tried very hard. But I think it's really just nerves on their end, because you are going up against O2. And you were asking me if the win over Nova that O2 did it do a number on the DTE? It seems like it might have, because DTE was blindsided for a moment there.
Yeah, most definitely, right? But, great start to the game. I mean, this is exactly what we were expecting from them. And I think this good reset, we can call it a reset on the side of DTE. O2 is going to be like, what reset? We walked that one back home. So, fingers crossed we see DTE just taking a decent enough fight up against them. This time they're on the blue side, O2 on the red side. Let's see exactly how this draft goes their way or not this time around. I thought the previous one was going to go their way, but it just wasn't enough in terms of the burst output as well as the mobility that they had around them.
I mean, this is centered around the thought process of the draft, right? O2, they already had in mind that they were strong early game. They kind of hit that marker as well. So right now, does DT try to play the early game, or do they maybe think their strength lies in the later parts of the game and they try to win it off of a comeback? Because I think we have to give credit for DT. That steal was great, but what they did after the steal was even greater, right? They actually dominated the entire map.
Yeah, that was truly shocking, right? I mean, they just hunted down the players on the side of O2, but the way O2 responded in such a situation was pretty fancy as well. Just not going all out to get some revenge fights, but just kind of centering themselves and looking for those bigger objectives, understanding when they can turn things around. And at one point they were on the back foot, right? And when they were forced on the back foot, you saw them just falling deep on back towards their side, just protecting those towers, tooth and nail, not really taking these aggressive fights. Even if they could have gone in here for a couple of dives for some free kills, they chose not to. It was just about waiting for that backup and for those numbers to recover on their side. So there's great decision making on the side of O2 as well to kind of keep things on the balance when DTE started getting the objective.
I like the way they put that, because I think making the correct decisions really makes a world's difference in terms of like the entire matchup. And I think teams also need to pay attention to the overall, right? The purview of the entire situation. It doesn't matter whether you're losing at this moment. Can you identify what the turnaround conditions are? And I think DTE knows what the potential turnaround conditions are. They just haven't been able to capitalize on it too well, right? So at this point, I'm looking for DTE. Look, if let's say the late game is your strength, then why don't you draft a composition that's able to sustain against the aggression of O2, and then you give them that uppercut in the later parts of the match. Tire them out first.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I kind of think that they were thinking of just slowly scaling up, but on the side of O2, they did really well in terms of just keeping them grounded very, very early on. But let's take a look at the drafts for the second game as well and see exactly how we kick things off this time round, especially with those bans, which seem to have already been pre-populated.
Yeah, many bans here. A lot of
it's from the previous game.
Yeah, this is from the previous game. Okay, we'll see what goes on here. But nonetheless, right, DT once again on the blue side, so they will be starting off, which means the pressure is on them. Can they get a big prio pick? Maybe you want to pick up the Augur, maybe you want to pick up the Dune. I'm not sure. There are many cards to play off of, and you have to consider what is the turnaround of O2.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're gonna just be doing this draft side back again here real quick. On the side of DTE, we just saw them put up a phenomenal fight, but it was O2 that started off strong. Okay, let's continue. This time it's the Dharma and Pay that's taken out by O2 Esports. You are not going to be using that against us, they say.
Yeah, and look, this, if I'm on O2, I would really love an Augur. Taking the Mai is a big strength on the side of O2. Fits into the win condition of an Augur, right? You get the damage in, I get the execute. So DTE, they're going for a very controlling but sustaining draft, right? The Yuhuan with the Unending Sorrow going to be the roam as well. And there is this decent burst in control. You have the board, you have the Flaming Palms coming out from the Loom as well. So, oh no, O2 actually goes for the Musashi. All right.
Yeah, I mean, we see great burst damage here. We see Musashi with the capability to really play a lot of pressure with the mobility around the map as well. Defensive capabilities out of that Zhang Fei. DTE have got their work cut out here for them, but they do have the Lung for that damage as well alongside Yiseng. Yeah.
I mean, okay, look at it. You have the Illuminating Slash, right? The first skill of Musashi. If timed well, you can actually cancel out the Flaming Palms coming in, if the timing is right. It's a very situation-specific thing, but O2 definitely can chase down and force a lot of big ultimates, right? We have seen the benefits of having a Mai. With the burst damage offered, you can kind of force the Yuhuan to use her ultimate early. You can also force out the Dragon to take to the air even before the fights happen. And that then suddenly becomes so much more difficult for DTE to play around in fights.
Yeah, DTE banning out that Byron as well. O2 Esports on the other hand, with the Menki taken out of the equation. But of course, we move on towards the final ban for the side of DTE Gaming as well. This is pretty much going to determine whether or not O2 Esports has got the perfect lineup here in a little bit, because thus far they're looking pretty deadly already.
Yes, in fact, I think what can really round up DTE Gaming's draft here is a little bit more control. So I think you will be having situations where they will be able to get the board down perfectly, but there's not enough AoE damage. So DTE, maybe they want to, complement that and put a little bit more AoE damage offered to be able to deal with O2 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they bring in this young Yu here to kind of execute exactly that, right? You do have a little bit of control here with his secondary. You get to push your opponents back a little bit. But of course, DTE Gaming, on the other hand, they've got a double pick coming up here before O2 Esports can find some sort of response. And Liu Bang being brought in is a little exciting, but not as exciting as this Lam and the mobility that it'll give DTE out there, perhaps just to control O2 and some of their ganks in this next game.
I mean, Lam is very good at dealing burst damage, and one of the strengths of Lam is the fact that the lower your health, the more potent he is, right? So they're definitely going to be looking to be able to execute that. But O2, they're going to finish up with the whole E. So X1, is it X1 or K1? I don't remember, but either one of them, right, on the farm lane, this is going to be a very important, because O2's initiation is actually pretty scary. If you get that Burning Sun arrow stun, then you kind of soft guarantee a kill for the side of O2.
Absolutely, and I think this one is most definitely looking like a very, very scary side on the side of O2 Esports. DT Gaming, on the other hand, pretty sure that Yixing is going to come through very, very handy in a little bit. But looking at this lineup between the two, who do you think you favor a little bit, Morgan?
I think in terms of execution, it's going to be easier, more straightforward for the side of DTE. But in my personal capacity, I like the O2's draft because I play a Hoi as well, and I can see the direction that they're going for, right? Wait, you play the Hoi as well. Don't you like their draft?
I only play the Hoi. I'm at that noob level at this point of time. He's the only viable character for me. But White getting caught between two, and I don't think it's the kind of date he likes at this point of time, but just easily waltz out of that one as backup arrives.
But O2, look, they're making the same moves all over again. So they get the priority over that camp. So now there's EXP deficit on the top lane. And then once again, because they take that reverse sprite, so O2, they have everything going for them once again.
Yeah, absolutely. And the DTE, they should have seen that one coming, but there was just no counter set up down mid. O2 is just gonna waltz around them yet again with the exact same ideas. Hoi dropping back down towards the bottom though to see if or not a 2v1 can take Silter out of the equation early.
I think X1 is definitely going to go for the tank build for Hoi. His job here is just to survive. In a long extended team fight, he's going to out-damage DTE Gaming as well. All he needs to do is to survive, get the stuns in. But I think the main win condition, why I think O2 has a better chance if they play the cards right, is the fact that Care is going to be one of the big win conditions.
And it looks like this time around it's not land on the other side just yet. There's a few back and forth. Each side looking for the deep hook to see if they can pull in one of the opponents, but it looks like the 2v1 up top will be forcing K1 back. He doesn't really have enough to drop the bomb on them. Therefore, he calls a little bit of a backup. Kong Ling dropping by to say hello. And that's going to be more than enough to scare the Llama away.
Yeah, but they do secure that camp for themselves. So DTE, they are not exactly on super behind in this game. O2 does get that space sprite, so they will have the ability to really move around the map a little quicker, which amplifies the farm of Kong Ling. My main thing here is how well does CM do in this game? Because if CM falls behind too much, then he doesn't provide much value. His ultimate, that Battlefield Command, is not going to be a game changer. It's actually going to enable O2 Esports to get a free kill effect.
Red buff for Mr. Kong Ling as he goes on here for the push a little bit more. Down at the mid side of the map though, it looks like BB almost got caught out there in a 3v1. But nothing's gonna put him on the back foot just yet. Safe plays coming on through for BB. And there's no trouble just yet. Under 1 minute, we'll have two big objectives on the map, the Tyrant and the Overlord.
Yeah, and right now O2 Esports, if the game just continues in this particular fashion, then O2 at the 4-minute mark will actually have an advantage. So one of the things is you want to shut down Care on this mine, but you can see he's not even in lane. He's actually funneling his farm into Kong Ling. And Kong Ling on this Musashi, one of the scary things is he's able to tank. They do miss that engagement and they get punished in the face right now. A couple of slaps here.
Almost got caught out there. What a beautiful launch up into the air. But BB will just waltz out of that one, but first blood still dropped onto Zun. He could not swim away in time. White, on the other hand, will find how. It's a 3v1 and X1 trying to find the finisher, but Zun is there in the nick of time. And how barely scathed in that battle.
Yeah, look, this is why I'm pretty confident why I'm not professional point. We were totally goated. Hang on. Okay, yeah. We were so distracted by that play that we didn't even catch that moment, right? Yeah. And if you're a player, we would have been caught out flat.
Absolutely. And now with the Tyrant on the board, And a little bit of a jump back here. 0-2. They just be setting themselves up for a perfect one here. It's a two-man push down at the bottom. Backup is on the way, as How appears as well, to see if or not the engagement for the Tyrant is on already, but it's not going to be the case.
Yeah, they don't need to rush this actually. So at this point, it's really about they need to secure the buffs on their end, right? You don't want to lose a battle and then give up your buffs to the opponent team, which is why both teams are not actually going for the Tyrant too heavily at this point.
I will be looking to go fishing here. Finds nobody just yet. Kongling finally with the engagement onto Tyrant, and it's an easy start and finish. Kongling, my goodness me, goes in for the jump as well. But BB stunned halfway through. Care goes in for the finisher. But BB once again just steps away as if nothing happened. And this fight is a dragged out one. White will go in for the overextension and gets punished for it as well. DTE just making sure they punish O2 for those mistakes. K1 is going to get caught out as well as Kongling finds one. And How with the shutdown. Cercer shutdown as well. A triple on the side of O2.
And that's why Kongling is so scary. He's able to tank through that damage as well, right? So all in all, after the whole engagement, O2 make it out with close to a 2,000 gold advantage. And this is so scary for DT because look, I think Zunzun made the perfect rotation there. The flank on the back, he got a couple of nice kills, but it's not enough because the punish from O2 happened and they funneled quite a few kills into the hands of X1 as well.
Yeah, the players now flying straight in for yet another big engagement. But O2 just having those numbers there will keep them at bay. The stun onto Zunzun and just pauses him for a tad bit, but nobody really taking advantage of that stun. How, on the other hand, just walking away from an almost oopsie. But overall, the extra bit of advantage from the Tyrant kind of deterred overall.
Yeah, it does, right? Okay, they managed to cut the goal lead down to about 1,000 on the side of O2 Esports, but the map is a little bit more difficult for DT to play now because they can't actually afford to take good team fights against O2.
It looks like Kongling is not going to be disturbed at all. White, on the other hand, finds How, pushes him back just a tad bit. Just some love taps back and forth as they know that How is just not going to be easy to catch out at this point of time. So the pressure down at the bottom once again. Kongling just clearing out. It was when he waves off to the inner tower, but this one is not going to be good for K1. That stun is there, perfectly done. These boys just waltz away from it as if nothing happened.
Yep, Zunzun on the backline looking for an opening.
Yeah, beautifully done though, as How gets stunned. They just turn things around. Kongling walks away and Care just hops on in. How stood no chance. And the minions making hayway here as they shut down those towers.
Okay, so How dying as a roam, not that big of a point. But the fact that they took a T1, I think DT, they played their cards well at this point, but then O2 is able to make a trade right away on the top side. You can see the members escorting the wave, and once that T1 on the top side is down, then O2 once again have map advantage.
Team has destroyed a tower.
And K1 with a beautiful push, all thanks to his minions. Has took a couple of taps to get that tower down to the outer tower up on the top lane. The red buff play coming on through as well for the side of DTE, and nobody on the side of O2 to disturb them. But in the meantime, though, O2 is just having a time of his life, going in here for a solo push on the tower as 4 players drop back to say hello to him. The defensive retreat is there for the man.
Yep, O2 very good at giving distractions right to the side of DTE, so they force him to protect the T2. Oh, hang on, stun.
Yeah, beautifully done here. And the knockback K1 from the back tries to get it done, but he himself gets caught out. And Cercer is there for the punishment. And Care, on the other hand, just waltz away with it. No damage whatsoever could take this man down just yet. But White still in a lot of trouble as How pushes on forth. Just that one elimination coming on through from the side of DTE onto K1.
Yep, but this is the beauty of O2, right? Like, look, they can give away on K, but the state of the map doesn't change at all. DTE are still being pressured all across the board.
This is just absolute insanity at this point of time, but of course, O2 Esports still with the advantage here. They claimed the previous one. They won this next Tyrant as well. And it is just going to be a free one for them. No engagement from the side of DTE. In the meantime, like you pointed out earlier, again, it's just all about the distraction on the side of O2. And what a knockup! And how, though, not punished for it just yet as the rest of DTE players just hop on in. Hair gets tagged up. But that's about it. That was a almost disaster for DTE.
Yeah, and it's so difficult for DTE to make anything happen at this point. And then, look, Crimson Golem definitely going to be stolen by the side of O2 if they get their way.
It's Loopy now. Oh no! Quite the aggressive push and the unfortunate hop up in! And how just walks out of that one! And he will actually be knocked back, saving his life a little bit more. And DTE does not sacrifice one. BB on the other hand cannot say the same for that guy. CM caught out White going in for the shutdown. In the meantime, Zunzun hunted down, but CM will be there for the safe assist. Kong Ling will make use of that opener to take yet another tower away from DTE.
Okay, so they need to do this. This is exactly what DTE Gaming needs to do, specifically for Zunzun, right? Start looking for X1. If you can get rid of that damage over time offered by X1, there is a higher potential to be able to win the fight. But for now, Shadow Tyrant will go into the hands of O2.
I mean, Tyrants, Shadow Tyrants, everything the way of O2. If they did not already have enough advantages on the map. Overlord as well. Still alive and kicking, and DTE just in no shape to take that Overlord just yet. The setup is here for O2. Anticipating an attempt on the side of DTE. How will just be trying to make sure nobody steals their blue buff, but can they ensure that yes they can, as they sneak that one away from themselves.
Yeah, but every time X1's arrow is live, oh nice catch!
Beautiful stun and carries that for the follow-up. My goodness, Sunsa had no chance there. Beautiful shutdown as they go for the high ground tower up top as well. And it will just be a non-stop battle. How does not have enough on him to walk away as K1 hits the double. And can he waltz out of this side as Zunzun goes in for the Punisher? He will be able to find one. K1 will be traded out by Zunzun, but the damage is already there. A quad and a triple courtesy of Zunzun overall.
Okay, so quadrat kill, great start. Zunzun now has to do so much work for the team. So they get the ace onto O2 Esports, right? So DT Gaming, that's some benefit to them. They then need to secure this Shadow Overlord for themselves. A lot of time must be bought, but Kong Ling is here.
All he needs is just one decent enough fight, as Zunzun still manages to take that away for the side of DTE. Bossing Kong Ling back, and he will be shut down as well. And DTE, just like that, is on the verge of making an absolute phenomenal comeback.
Yeah, they have bought themselves a lifeline here, right? Now this lifeline is really thin, but it's still something that could make a situation for the side of DTE Gaming that will be better in their eyes. But O2 Esports, as long as they play their cards right, they can kind of stop the growth of DTE. So really, they need the map advantage. Need to get some turrets. They only have taken one turret so far.
I know, right? I mean, this is just a game where DTE, if they drop the ball now, it just would be so heartbreaking. Zunzun turning things around as Zunzun finds another tower courtesy of the squad. An unfortunate pushback here, and Zunzun will be able to waltz out of that one unscathed, all thanks to Hao and BB. The support was there as the Vanguards now push on the side of DTE.
Okay, so they do manage to get the Azure Golem. Not sure whether it's Hao or Zunzun, because both of them have that Azure buff. CC also actually gets that Crimson Golem. So there is good teamfight potential coming out from the side of DTE, but can they realize this with the Shadow Overlord flying down on the top lane?
With DTE with the advantage on the gold. They are down with the towers though, but it should not be much of an issue if they can secure these big objectives on the board. The next one's going to be this Tyrant Vanguard sorted out up top by Care. Not a care in the world at this point of time as they look to set the map up for this next 23 seconds as a beautiful catch onto K1. He just overstepped his boundaries just a little bit. And the Punisher is going to be there. The stun pulls him right back into action. And Zunzun is there for the finisher as well as DT this time just not dropping the ball up against O2.
Has destroyed
yeah, but they can't continue fighting, right? So far, O2 Esports have been able to find moments where they actually can put their hands on the CC on this look. And it's proving to be valuable at this point. But Zunzun also he's able to create situations where DTE can benefit off of.
Oh, yet another awesome walk away. Not punished at all. Managing to waltz out of that one. K1 still down though, but this time the Tyrant in a full-on stun, and it will be claimed by Sun Tzu most probably. And the crowd control, courtesy of DTE, will put them on the... will put O2 on the back foot once again. A triple on them. But the more important thing is they get to secure a few towers now.
Destroyed a tower.
Yep, they have to, and of course the save mechanic coming from CM gonna stop that aggression on the the crystal here. This is a T3 that would be open for the side of DTE Gaming. They need to finish this game if they can right now.
Absolutely, if they can get to the crystal, that is. And will not be able to give much away here. And the quad is there. The team has been aced out. DTE, it is all for their taking, but they're going to just be backing away for a second here as they understand White was most definitely going to be irritating to deal with.
Yeah, look, K1 and Ken, the two of them saved the game for the side of O2 Esports. So they gave their life for the cause, got rid of all of the minions, and right now, DTE mission to take that game, gone.
A great fight back here at DTE. Outscaling O2 Esports by a lot of that gold here now. And an overextension by BB and Hao. Just to make sure they don't take that Overlord away. No sneaking away is going to be coming on board. But the blue buff is just not going to go the way of DTE and the overextended. CC shuts down the Overlord now. Vanguard to deal with as well from the side of O2.
Okay, so finally some aggression coming out from DTE Gaming. They are about, what, 5,000 gold ahead. If they can win a team fight now, it'd be great. CC managing to get a kill on K1. That's a big marker. That's a big tank out of O2 Esports. So maybe this could be that winning condition that DTE were looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the Vanguard's on the way as well. Extra bit of pressure for those towers, especially on that bot lane. The minions kind of just dealing with the Vanguard for the time being on their own. 18 to 11 DTE. A phenomenal turnaround on the numbers here. But they're going for that high ground tower up top. White is there for the defense, but he gets stunned halfway through, managing to back away behind the lines, but the high ground tower will not be able to stand any more pressure. K1 from the back line. The showers of thunder is there, but Sun Tzu very easily clears it out, and Kongling managing to step one away at the very final second, and a last-ditch defense on this crystal now by O2.
Okay, they give it a try. K1 gets taken down as well, but the Shadow...
And there's just no way these boys are able to withstand this. X1 now, beautiful pull away, and the crystal says bye-bye as DTE pushes us into game number 3.
Nothing less than what we expected, right? A quarter kill as well at the end, and this is the DTE we've been waiting for this entire season. So 1-1 now. I like the way that they played that game. DTE, I think they have found their win condition. Let's just hold on till late game, we turn this around.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a phenomenal game of patience from the side of DTE. And from the time they just turned that around with the Tyrant push, it was just a no-go for O2. And they didn't get too excited with it, right? They were just getting those objectives. They were getting the kills. They were still pretty much very disciplined on their side of the map, waiting for O2 to go in here, over-aggressive, just like the previous game. But this time they were punished severely for it, Ken.
Yeah. Now let's take a look at the itemization, right? Like, I think they did try the tank build onto the whole E side of one. Did it really work out? I think it's okay, but the kills onto K1, that was the main difference maker, because he was supposed to be able to group them up together and allow Care to deal the explosive damage along with Kongling. But I like the positioning on the side of BB here. He had a lot of nice setups with the board, which then allowed the room for Zun Zun to come in. Look, this guy is close to 16,000 worth of gold. Tank build, fully tank build with the Frostguard Embrace as well. The slows was so prominent in getting the kills for the side of DTE.
No doubt at all. I mean, DT was a beast, and of course CC just kind of cleaning up house. 9 kills in total and 14,000 gold. This man was just bringing the smackdown on everyone out there, and obviously Hao played a huge role in a majority of these battles.
Yeah, and once Kong Ling fell, he's one of the damage dealers as well. When he gets his ultimate down, the duel to the death, the Imperial State, that's the perfect win condition for O2. But when you don't have the damage to follow up after that move, then everything kind of falls apart at that point, and that's exactly what DT were waiting for.
Yeah, absolutely. And we kind of looked at the burst damage that O2 Esports was bringing to the table. And you kind of mentioned as well, towards the late game, this will be something that DT Gaming will be able to deter overall, and they most definitely did that. Look at O2 Esports and some of the damage out here by Kongling as well as X1. But on the opposite side, you don't see as much from each and every single player, but it is a very well distributed damage on the side of DTE.
Yeah, look, almost everyone was at least above 50,000 worth of damage on the side of DT Gaming, and I think they just overpowered the O2 Esports health bars. There was nothing much they could do.
And of course, K1 and White just really taking a lot of those hits. Surprisingly, even Kong Ling as well, right? As Musashi tried to hop on in there, get the damage and those kills, but all he did was just absorb a lot of hits and try to run away from some of these fights, which he most definitely fancily did a couple of times. But overall, it was the follow-up on all of these fights that DT kind of just did a number on them towards the end. And looking at the graph here is such a interesting story, right? Because initially it was really going the way of O2 before DT just hit that big no on this game and turned things around.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you start to see Care fall off, right? Early part of the game, if you get the advantage, which he did, right? Because nobody is able to touch him, you're able to burst people down, force ultimates out, and put yourselves in a good position. But later parts of the game where DTE actually managed to find room for Zun Zun, and being able to sustain in the team fights against O2 proved to be very, very useful for DTE, because then Zun Zun really could run around the flanks and get the kills on the back line. Like those solo kills onto K1, X1, they were also big in creating a situation where they were just outnumbered in fights on the side of O2.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? And, it just didn't seem that it was going to get O2 nervous initially until they just started losing way too many one of those big team fights. But looking at the MVP, the person that had the most amount of impact, could it be Sisi? Overall, Zun Zun kind of beat him to it. 11-8 on the KD average, 26% of the goal, 25% of the damage taken, as well as 22% of the damage given. This guy was pretty fancy on the lamp.
Yeah, look, he refused to back down. He was pulling the team up by the collarbone here, telling them, we can't give up. And Zun Zun, I think the way he positioned his lam has been really critical as to the success of team fights on the side of DTE, right? Because he was consistently on the back lines. The target prio by this lam, by Zun Zun, was so clean. And that really allowed them to take the steering wheel and drive the game.
Yeah, and I think they just made such a huge difference for themselves just through this guy, right? I mean, he really took his time to ramp up, but halfway through the game, I think Zun Zun was just being a total menace out there, and he was just... I don't know what O2 was thinking, but they just could not find a solution for Zun Zun at all, and especially when he was just jumping into some of these final phases of these battles.
Yeah, they just removed the win condition, right? So they took out the burst of care early on in the fights, and also taking away the stuns coming out from X1. There were a couple of moments that were pretty scary on the side of DT where the Burning Sun arrow managed to land. And look, I thought they had the game here because Care was just an absolute legend here on the backlines, and it was close to a team wipe. But the fact is, there was not enough damage and health bars to protect X1 from the likes of Zun Zun. And once it's late game lam, Zun Zun wins every single fight against X1.
Yeah, I mean, that quad was just a absolute delight to watch. And, there was just no stopping him at that point of time. There were moments where O2 thought, okay, they had him done in already, but Zun Zun just kept swimming right back into the field and just absolutely whooping everybody into shape. Even here, kind of dealing the best on the side of DTE, ripping away that Tyrant and continuing the battle up against the rest of the O2 players as well. This man was truly a legend.
Yeah, I have to give a shout out to BB as well. I love playing Yixing. This guy put Yixing at the top of the table here. The ball to on point, and he was responsible for a lot of the damage that was coming through as well, because he was able to get his second skills, the taking liberties, and the sliding stones, right? First and second skill combinations. A lot of valuable damage, and also a lot of time bought, because the stuns did help the team out in critical moments where members of O2 could not attack.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, there were times where O2 could attack them again, but they were just way too bled out at that point of time. And it was just easy team fights overall for the side of DTE to just make quick wrap up of those battles. And O2, they took an L this time around, but it was a decent start from them. This pushes us into a very exciting Game 3. Winner takes all, and no better way to get this done, as both of these teams are neck and neck at the moment on the leaderboard.
Yes, and if this is your first time joining us on MKL, we are through a format called the Global Ban Pick. So whatever heroes that have been picked so far in the series will not be able to be played again by the teams that have picked them before. So right now, I think we have exhausted the Arlie, we have exhausted the Lung, Yixing is not available for I think it's DTE as well. So now they have to kind of play with the other members on the roster, right? Elaine, I think, is not available too. So quite a few picks gone.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously they brought out the big guns first. Now it's just going to be the battle of the fittest in terms of what they still have in their arsenal, in terms of their secondary picks, and whether or not they're going to be outplayed with the secondary picks in hand, right? And since both of these teams have been just so neck and neck thus far in the competition, as well as in the series itself, there's just no telling exactly how this one goes. Only experience, I guess, will carry them to the very end.
I mean, there's still big picks like the Agudo, there's still picks like the Algren, really tanky heroes to play, and we haven't seen like the Jing come out. We haven't seen the assassins like Fade come out. These are all picks that are also apparent in MKL. I'm curious to see if either one of these teams will pick it out. And I mean, this is do or die in this particular point, because these points matter to both teams.
Yeah, it's either you pick them out or you ban them out first so that your opponents don't pick them and torture you with them. Either way, we are anticipating the bans coming up on your screen shortly. Let us know exactly who you think is going to be taking this victory here between 2 and DTE, because there's just no way we take a pick. It's just way too exciting watching them go up against each other, and the way these guys are turning the tables on each other as well, right? With the earlier game, there was an almost comeback by DTE. Now they've managed to get that done in a most phenomenal way, whereas O2 initially looked like they started off strong with their classic invasions very early on. So this one is most definitely turning out to be an exciting one as anticipated.
Okay, so let's take a look at the sides first, right? So DTE this time, they're going to pick up the blue side. So they're going to be Prio pick and O2 on the red side. So the counter pick side. So DTE, they could very well go into maybe an Algren first pick. I think that's going to be very important for the side of DTE to maybe put a good start. At the same time, O2, there is also a high potential of counter picks like the Agudo against the Algren. These are all very big markers to success. So it really depends on what this first pick that comes out of DTE. I think that sets the stage for us here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you did mention the Agudo earlier on as well. We've seen the Agudo in competition quite a number of times already, and it obviously is very, very exciting to see him kind of just bounce around. But the question is obviously going to be exactly when we get to see this one, because we're still setting the teams up for this one, ladies and gentlemen. So do bear with us. Overall, once again, the last time these two teams met, it was O2 Esports walking away with the victory. It ended up on a 2-1 series as well, where they lost one map, they got 2 overall. So I don't know, maybe we are on for the exact same here, kid.
Yeah, I would think so. And in fact, I would like to point out like the win conditions that they can try to really cement themselves off of. And I think if I'm O2, I will go for another early game, right? Just win them in the early game. And as long as you don't give away like Tyrant Steals to the side of DTE, it should be case closed, right, for them. But DTE, drag the game, man. I think it looks good if you are able to drag and play the late game.
Yeah, the Dharma RD Luna out of the game very early on. You want to take that payout as well. So once again, the heavy hitters taken out, but the ones that you have mentioned have not been ruled out just yet. And Charlotte's the first one being dragged in here by DTE for that Clash lane, which is obviously a decent pick.
Yeah, because look, options available at this point. You have Lady Sun, you have Diren Jie. So these are all heroes that actually suffer quite a bit against Charlotte because she has excellent chase down. Now O2, they're gonna go with a very strong combination here. Orgrin and the Byron, very strong in their individual lanes. And of course, Orgrin itself able to tank through quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen him tank that damage. We've seen him give out that damage and rip away souls. So this is going to be a heavy one from the side of O2 Esports, and a decent response here by the D80, but the Marco Polo being dragged in here by Zunzun is the big question mark for me. And on the opposite side, you see an instant response as well with the Lung being brought in by Cap.
So a lot of burst damage offered by the side of O2 Esports, right? DT Gaming, am I a fan of the I love a good, I think it makes sense. But then if you take a look at the composition of O2, they have a lot of disruption, right? Ride the Wind, the knockback from the Lung, you have the stun coming out from the Byron, and you even have the Conductor of Souls, the ultimate of Orgrin. They all stop the ultimates of Marco. So I'm pretty sure DT, they're going to go with a Purify for Marco here.
And O2 Esports very smartly blocking out the Dagudo before DTE is able to make this pick. So obviously DTE is not going to have that sort of a response for them. You hit the nail on the head with that one.
I mean, do they go Musashi here? Do they go Dune? Do they go Meng? It has to be either one, right? Tank for tank.
See exactly where they swing this one. The last time we've already seen that Lian Po used up. Maybe they want to walk in with a Liu Bang. I don't know.
Yeah, look, sustain definitely is going to be one of the health sustain is definitely going to be one of the solutions, which is also why they picked up the Diadia, the Destiny Encounter, as well as the Heartling. These are all factors that will do a number against the lineup of O2 Esports. So the fact that they put up the Sun Bin, they're looking for very quick initiations, quick kills. The time lapse going to give them the silence, but the time flux is the one that is the big win condition for me on O2, because then they're able to sustain quite a bit of damage to get rebate on their health.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, right? You've got Sunbin there to kind of just control that cloud and that burst damage with the Orgrin, that Byron, that combo in terms of the damage output is going to be pretty devastating for DT Gaming to deal with. So they most definitely need something to sustain a lot of this. But it is going to be that Princess Frost to control the pacing of this gameplay, and Musashi to probably bring in some devastating blows to finish off the players on the side of O2 Esports. This is, I don't know, I'm looking at this as a very late game build on the side of DT Gaming and a slow ramp up. And O2 Esports looks like they're going to get very excited early on here, kid.
Yeah, I think so too. O2, look, early aggressions going into the jungle, that's Orgrin's specialty. He's definitely one of the most scary junglers in the game. The fact they have the Yixing to kind of control and maybe box the members of DTE Gaming, I think that's a big concern. So I think this game actually falls quite a lot into CM's hands, right? If he can actually cause a lot of confusion and chaos on the backlines of O2, maybe get them out of position, then maybe, you know, the cards can be right for the side of DTE Gaming to take this game.
Well, we are set for an exciting one for sure. Regardless of the lineups, both of these teams have already shown us that they've got the fight in them, pushing us into a game number 3. But with the final showdown just being set up here, we can guarantee you it's going to be an exciting one. A early push down mid by the side of O2. And I would have expected the jungle invade here by now already.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing here, right? But I think they kind of got on to happening. CM actually went in to support that jungle take from the side of Zunzun. And I think this is a good marker to start. But CC is not having a good time here. Actually getting hit multiple times in the top side of the map.
And just love taps, and CC will be able to very quickly negate a lot of that. But Spike Tail, on the other hand, K1 is just gonna sneak that one away real quick.
Yeah, I think once again O2 have thought on doing what they like here, which is to get the steals on the sprites.
Oh, beautiful knockback coming through from K1. But how is stepping away from that one, making sure the players don't really take good advantage. But K1 in a little bit of trouble here. If the stun does come through, which it does, but they don't have that decent enough follow-up, and K1 waltzing out of that one. Very cheeky, but almost got out.
Okay, but they did force a flash from K1. So to me, I think this is a big win in this laning phase.
Fair enough. It is opportunity at the top for sure. Here comes the Byron push once again. K1, like you pointed out, no flash, so he's got to play a little bit of a safe distance from his tower in terms of the defensive play, and the rest of them kind of just falling behind the lines once again. Down mid, on the other hand, BB almost got out. The patience play from Hao for the jump, and they do manage to find the connection, but not enough to shut down Kongling.
Behold the future. Yeah, nothing much at this point, right? It's all about controlling the pacing of the jungle camps, and trying to secure an early EXP lead for both of the jungle.
Yeah, just a little bit of a back and forth here, and like you said, just with the initial laning phase, I'm expecting obviously for a couple of players there to make a mistake, but two teams are just way too good for that. CM with the oh, beautifully done here, but White will be able to walk out of that. The catch onto BB is there as Kongling strikes as anticipated. The first blood for the man. They're going for a double. Cercer almost caught out. White will not be able to get that grab, but in the meantime, that was fantastically executed by this Ogrin.
Yeah, I mean, speak of the devil, right? We were talking about like, hey, we're gonna make a mistake, and they made a mistake.
Oh yeah, unfortunate, but not a lot of consequences from that. O2 Esports doesn't really run away with the engagement. And a beautiful opportunity now here for DT. He's pushing all those minions back, but that's not much of a reset.
Yeah, they kind of force out the infinite fastness from X1, right? But so far, there isn't any punish. CM does get a glimpse that there is a TP happening, did not make it in time for the dive. So I guess status quo for both teams, right? It's not the biggest of advantages for O2, even though they got their first flush. But maybe this one.
Yeah, maybe indeed. BB could not get away in time, and again, it is Kongling ripping lives away with the Ogrin.
Yeah, that's one of the difficulties of playing a Prince Cross, right? Mobility is not a strong suit, and if you get caught out by the lineup of O2, it's pretty hard to play.
Yep, and looks like DTE wants the red buff. O2 will make sure that they make them fight and pay for it. Hao almost caught out there, and Kongling just blazing on through with the double buff. Now assisting those minions up form down this mid lane, but there will be no touching our outer tower, says DTE, as they shoo him away. And Cercer just could not get away though from X1, who used all of that distraction up top, making easy work of his opponent down bottom.
Yeah, man, this is the value, right? You can start to see why White is picking up this Sun Bin. The silence is so valuable to the side. And now O2, they reward themselves with a potential T1 just a little bit more before they get it, so it should be secured. But the fact is, DT can't even contest with this Tyrant. It's a huge risk if they try for it.
Absolutely. And the Tyrant claimed by O2 gives them that extra bit of push towards those towers if they needed one. And their minions down at the bottom lane get the job done. And once again, DT looking for a little bit of a recovery play here, but an overextension up top by CM. Perhaps that can give them a slight bit of advantage, but it looks like that trade out down at the bottom could just happen. Hao got out, and that stun will keep him on the back lines as Kongling strikes yet again.
CCO, he might not be in a very nice place at this point. And look, O2 is just, taking everything away.
Look at Kongling just diving behind the tower here and not punished at all. Kongling with a sliver of hell will be able to shut down Sun Tzu as well. My god, this man is a monster.
Yep, and they're taking more than that. It's not just kills as well.
How is this CM doing this all on his own? But he will have to pay for the price as Kongling drops CM out in the open. My goodness, DTE not having a good time at all. O2, easy claims for them, and it's going to be the Crimson Golem in hand as well as they force DTE back.
Guys, we're like, what, 6.5 minutes in? And look, the amount of insolence that DTE are showing against O2 is just being punished time and time again.
Kong Lee is just so irritating to deal with. This man on level 11 already, just outscaling all of the other players on the side of DTE. They cannot deal with this Ogren at this point.
Has destroyed
Yeah, they
a tower.
absolutely cannot.
Team
That's
has
perfectly
destroyed
true.
a tower.
DT right now, the level difference between and majority of the members of DT gaming is what's so scary. Because if you compare jungle to jungle, sure, maybe Zun Zun, he can try to outplay out of his mind. But the rest of the members, they don't do well against Kong Ling. He's gonna get free kills left and right.
Absolutely. I mean, if he wasn't already getting those K1 waltzing away as he just placed that 1v1 teaser. And unfortunately, CM's just not going to have a lot more of that action as they focus their firepower down mid, pushing BB answers her back. They won yet another tower, and this time it's going to be the inner tower down mid. And with the minion wave cleared out, O2 focuses towards the bottom instead. And this is going to be just perfect in terms of pressure as the minion wave gives them that assistance as well. Opening up the tower, Kong Ling goes in for the time, gets frozen on the back line and walks away. This monster is still alive.
How is he walking away? That's crazy, right? At this point, DT Gaming, I mean, they're struggling to keep up. But look, CM is going to be responsible for one of significant plays across the map here, manages to push towards the T2. Now, will he have to give his life for the cause? That's the question here.
My goodness, Kong Ling, making me want to play that Ogren, bro. I want to be that tanky. I can't play the Ogren. Knock back onto CM, and this man is not going to have his life for much longer. Kong Ling is there. K1, making sure he gets the job done enough as Care picks up the final pieces. But CM almost single-handedly handled two players up top, but unfortunate DTE does not have that advantage on their side anymore. In the meantime, though, look at this Ogren and squad. Another push down bottom. This is going to be a little devastating once the Tyrant shows up.
Yeah, DT, they're digging deep for this one because they have to, right? The goal differential, it's not like super monstrous. It's about 3,000 at this point. But the level differential, that's the main concern here. Kong Ling's at level 14. He's 4 levels ahead of Hao.
Just make sure the minions don't really put up the treasure, but down here at the top lane, Kong Ling waiting for that opportunity. They just want to find that one perfect hook, and it looks like DT is just not giving any away to them just yet. The pressure down mid, the maneuvering from the side of O2, just keeping DT on the back foot as the Tyrant shows up. O2 dropping back for the bigger quest on the board.
Yeah, but CM, I need to point this out. This guy is making waves for... May not look good, but once again...
K1 caught out here by DTE. A great push coming up for as these boys will be able to find a little bit of control on the map.
Yeah, it's looking okay at this point, right? DTE, they're kind of in pain at this point, but O2, they haven't been able to find that killing blow just yet, right? T3s are open for the taking. Look, the T3 at the bottom is very, very good. But DT Gaming, if they play the cards right, I think there is a potential comeback here.
Absolutely. Now we've got the Tyrant up on the map. O2 looking for that as Sun Sun finds the Overlord for the squad of DTE. This is going to be a big push for them with all of those Vanguards. And now the Tyrant here, on the other hand, claimed by O2. So we've got a big fight. Let's see if one of those Shadow Vanguards can make a difference.
Yeah, DTE, I think they will use this Shadow, a defensive mechanic, right? Alleviate that pressure coming out from... They have to, they will summon it at the bottom side to get rid of all the minions, and hopefully that will create space for them to either split push or maybe set up a situation where they can get stragglers on the side of O2 Esports. Stragglers, by which I mean K1, because he's the one split.
Absolutely. Now, up top all alone. Sorts out the Vanguard on his own, and CM could not get there in time to find that engagement. But now a 5-man decent push waiting for those minions and saying hello to the inner tower down mid as well. O2 makes quick work of yet another. Care looking for the hook but finds none. Decides to drop it onto the minions instead as DTE clears out yet another wave as their Vanguards fly on out.
Destroyed a tower.
Yep, okay, so DTE, they try to use that Shadow Overlord to balance out the wave management. Can he get a catch?
Oh, and the catch was there perfectly. But with White's help, they turn things around, and K1 is on the back line as he knocks them back. X1 goes in with the follow-up, and the crucial crowd control finds the connection courtesy of White, and it leads to a double courtesy of X1. Sun can't get away as well. Kongling drops him, and O2 aces out DTE.
Yeah, one moment. That's all it took for the side of O2E. They captured that moment. Who cares about the Shadow Overlord at this point? We want the crystal.
No minion, no problem, bro. I'm just gonna beat the crap out of this one. And the high ground tower takes a beating courtesy of O2. Nobody from DTE can do much about this just yet. And the silence is there. But towards the final end, as the minions appear, the team of O2 is getting aced out. And Sunsa will be able to push on forth with the rest of DTE.
What just happened? O2, they messed up there. That was a big blunder.
I mean, no minions, bro. Initially, they said no problem for the high ground tower, but still, it was a big problem. And now DTE, I don't know what they can do with this one, but let's see if they've got enough time here. 10 seconds. He flies on in. Half gets taken out of the equation, but the turnaround here is going to be crucial. 6 more seconds. White makes it back in here.
Oh,
what is ace, and the crystal shut down. I cannot believe it, Kin. Then one extra second. Oh, you gotta hate it, bro.
This one stings. Like, if I'm O2, this one stings. My goodness, they were on the cusp of victory. DTE, I mean, they have to count their blessing stars because this one was given to them.
Oh no, they played it like how I would have played it. They didn't see the timing and they got confident with high ground tower. That's fine, right? Because, you know, the timers on the side of DTE, you could take advantage of that. They sustained so much of damage from that high ground tower, and then they got still no minions. And okay, this one was a big time punishment, and it's the biggest one I have personally seen here at the MKL. I don't know how O2's taking this one.
Yeah, I mean, that was the biggest swing of all. Like, look, let me put to you how difficult that situation was. They even laid down the ball to lock them in the fountain area, and still they made it out, cleared the wave, and then managed to get the kill. I think just overzealous on that last defense. If X1 maybe just waited a little bit longer, cleared up one more minion before he gave his life, maybe the situation might have changed for O2. But oh my goodness.
And obviously we understand on the side of O2, they didn't really want to drag this on because you never know when my DT may come back, but I don't even know why they would have thought that because this Organ was just whooping butt out there. I mean, Kongling was a menace, and you know, even if DT did manage to play some sort of a comeback, they could have managed that in a decent enough team fight. They had the numbers. In fact, they had 4 alive. All they needed to do was just wait another minute or two. But O2 did not want to wait, and I guess they got punished for that big time.
Yep, and BB, I mean, those last few moments, he came in clutch. The Frigid Prison really did a number on Esports, managing to catch out X1, but more importantly, catching out Kongling on this Organ in that last gasp defense. That was a situation that created the death of Kongling. And bear in mind, this is the only death that Kongling gave in the entire game, and they lost the game because of it.
Miserable stuff, man. I mean, look at Kongling down at the bottom here. 58,000 damage, output 57,000 damage taken. Surely didn't look like that by the stats he was pulling in through those kills. But like you said, it was just that one death that he gave away, which just turned things around. And O2 Esports, I am just shocked, but I don't think anybody saw that coming. Even they didn't see that coming.
Yeah, exactly. They definitely did not see that coming because DTE, they saw the light, they ran for it, and at this point, look, the stats aren't very pretty on the side of DTE Gaming. They didn't manage to deal a lot of damage. But CC here, one of the main reasons why they managed to clear the wave so fast, and I mean, to me, if I had to pick and choose, I think BB is my MVP of this game. Definitely not going to be BB at this point, but yeah, look, DTE Gaming, I think you know what's their win condition. It's just comeback factor.
Yeah,
the comeback
absolutely. They most definitely can call themselves the comeback team at this point of time. I mean, my goodness me, there was no way in hell I thought O2 was going to walk away as the losers in that one. And when it all came down to that one final fight, DTE hanging on for their dear lives, just enough to turn things around. Let's take a look at the goal graph here.
Oh no.
Kid.
Oh no. I mean, that's how deep the valley was, right? That's how deep O2 dropped. Because if you look at it, look, DTE, like you said, they were hanging on, and they're not hanging on like by, two hands, whatever. They're hanging on by their fingers here. At any moment, that game could have been gone. But somehow, I mean, O2 gifted them that game. Let's be honest.
They most definitely did. Look, how often do you say you've got less kills in a game and you walked out the victors? You've got like about half the kills on this game and then you walked out the victors. You only have 6 towers taken down from your opponents. They got 7 of yours ripped away, and it was just that one final moment after suffering for so long in the game. My goodness me. And the Shadow Overlord definitely played his part as well, right? Those Vanguards kind of fresh, and it was just those few seconds that made the biggest of difference for.
Yeah, so many little things working around the map just in favor for DTE. And I'm just curious, I mean, we don't have it here, but I want to see, if there was ever a situation like, what was the communication on the side of DTE? Was it confidence? It's like, guys, we got this, we have the Shadow Overlord, everything's going well, we just need to clear the wave? Or was it more like, oh my god, we got it, let's go for it?
I'm curious as well in this game 3, like really exactly what was the conversation like, right? Or towards the very end where they saw the timers kind of clocking down. I'm sure that was the point where they would have gotten really, really excited, like, all right, we can turn things around. Just don't die when you respawn.
Exactly. I mean, this is the kind of situation where we talked about in ranked games. But let's see the MVP. I'm super curious who the production have chosen as the MVP. And let's see, it is going to be CC here for 2 and 3. His Fever Barrage at the last gasp moment was one of the reasons why they were able to survive, because he took the lives of the minions, and super minions are dead. By the way, the base was barren on the side of DTE. So he changed that whole scenario for the team.
He most definitely did. I mean, massive amounts of damage from him, 32% in total, 15% of the damage taken, very proficient to just absolutely leave the opponents blindsided as he just walks away from them, arrogantly, barely taking or sustaining any bit of this damage, right? Crazy stuff from him. But of course, looking at the highlights, my goodness, at one point we were 7-0 on the kills.
This was the critical moment, right? So look, they actually had the Destined Encounter, they got the Winter is here to stop the minions from coming in, and CC here just using the Fever Barrage. But during that moment as well, right, BP managed to get the freeze, and once again here, this was also one of the reasons why X1 couldn't defend, because he didn't have enough health.
Absolutely, and just like that, from having their crystal teased to just shutting down, in fact, obliterating their opponent's crystals. One of the most phenomenal comebacks or turnaround I have seen at MKL for sure, and DTE deserves this victory. I mean, they were hanging on, like you said, by their fingers. I would not be surprised if it was just like the fingers on one hand that was keeping them up there, right? Or like superheroes, they turn things around. I would prefer to interview O2 at this point of time. Ask them like, guys, what happened, right? But unfortunately,
we'll see.
we get DTE on the interview. But of course, he's going to be showing up in a little bit. And I think we've got Sertsa here to interview. Let's see exactly how he felt that game went. Let's bring this big man on screen. Welcome, Sertsa. Congratulations on your victory. At any point of time in game number 3, did you guys think, okay, that's it, we're going to lose this game?
问你有没有想过会输？
有啊，然后这样的。Yes。
你讲没？你讲 50， 你讲 50-50。
50-50。
50-50. He thought it was about to get out of.
Okay, so I'm very curious about that last defense. So 在最后那个时刻，真的是一个关键的时间。
OK， 讲华语吧。
你们5个人守住了你的家，你的水晶，然后你们那时候的感受是什么？ So we're asking him in the last few moments, right? It was a critical moment. The whole team was managed to turn that situation around, and I want to hear what they felt at that moment.
反一波。
你就讲，他问你啊，你可以讲华语啊。
哦，我们就直接反一波咯。
Okay, clean decision. So for them, it was less of emotional reaction. It was like, okay, let's just take the crystal and take the game from this point. AJ, what else do you have for our man here?
The final turnaround, once they could not destroy your crystal in time, how confident were you guys with the push? Did you know at that point that you have won the game, or it was still, even at that point, still 50-50? You guys were not sure.
他问你，在我们打团面跟对面过后，有想过会直接赢吗？还是还要赌一波？
有啊，直接推了。
你就讲 yes 哦。
Yes.
你就讲 we will definitely win the game.
You gotta love that kid. I mean, the confidence, right? Just knowing that if we can hang on for a few more seconds, we get to wipe these guys out. Beautiful stuff from these guys.
Yeah, I mean, the confidence going in. DTE, I think themselves. So I'm just super curious about how they think they will perform in the play-ins. So you know, 想问一下，如果你们进 play-in 的话。
Pasal aku jadi buka ni pula.
觉得是有好的机会吗？很好的机会能赢到冠军吗？
I think we lost the audio for a bit here.
Yeah, I couldn't hear him, but maybe our translator will help us out. Ask him again? Okay, sure. So, 你们现在要后期的比赛了 ，So play-ins 的这一个时刻，你们有信心能赢下这整赛吗 ？So I'm asking him if they going into play-ins, do they have the confidence to win this entire thing against all of the other teams?
应该讲 we will do our best. We will do our best.
So 50-50.
没声音啊？
Okay, we can't get the response, but we will take a break here, and maybe afterwards they will give us the answer on the class as well. But I think you know what, this is definitely a confidence builder for, right? I mean, yeah, to be on the back foot for majority of the game and then coming in with that last gasp victory, it destroys the other team's confidence for sure.
Absolutely, but it also shows exactly how good DTE is and how well they understand this game, right? I mean, to be so confident that, you know what, we just need to hang on for a few more seconds once the timer is up, bro, because obviously they know who's actually going to come back onto the first, and they're like, just stay alive, push them back, we'll get this job done, and phenomenally defended towards the end. And for the decision to go on for the push as well, like you said, Tessa, he was pretty instrumental for the turnaround, and it was a great execution towards the end. Unfortunately, that August could not hang on long enough for O2 to make this beautiful victory a possibility. They got close enough though.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at that last moment, actually, I would feel that it's pretty stressful for the side of DTE because the death timers actually wasn't that long on the side of O2. They were like, what, 2-3 seconds away from spawning? In fact, when they were actually attacking the crystal, the members of O2 were already coming and respawning up again. So it was pretty nail-biting, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they were put in the exact same scenario as well. It's just that they did not have the initial tower rush, taking the extra bit of damage, initial, damage from the crystal as well without their minion wave. But the timing was a little bit more perfect on the side of DTE because when they went on in for their push, their minions were there with them. O2 was just so unfortunate. I mean, this is just an unlucky game for them. Unlucky in terms of the timing overall. DTE were just blessed because when they went in there for the push, everything fell into place for them, and obviously the timers just didn't do O2 any bit of favors as they kept kind of coming back into the gorge for that battle. The deed was already done and the crystal could barely hold on any longer. So overall, beautiful stuff. But for this next game, I don't know if you're gonna have a dragged out one. I don't know if see a game number 3 because it's Nova taking on Team Toda again.
Yeah, I think this one is a test for both teams, right? Nova, I think, definitely going to be testing strategies here against Toda. But we'll see, right? Questions will be answered as we head for a break. First, when we are back, we will give you the answers to Nova versus Toda.
In a little bit, so we're not going to do it just yet. You know, I'm quite curious. What do you think the chances are here for Toda, right? Because the way I kind of phrased it in a way where Toda's just not going to stand a chance up against Nova. But that's no disrespect to Toda. It's just that Nova's just been overwhelming for some of these other teams. So a quick one from you before we throw it to a break-in.
I think it will really depend on the confidence of the members on the side of Toda, right? They definitely still do stand a chance. But let's go for a break first. When we're back, we'll show you the results.
Hugging Steve. Victory.
Yeah. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Innkeeper, this is from the guest upstairs. Huh? My, I'm rich. He said it was a repayment. Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook. Where's Samantha? Let the 12 houses keep it safely. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade.
Fine, I'll play your game. After all your travels, you couldn't even buy a decent sword?
Silence!
You have skills, but I see plenty of openings.
Not bad, Master of the House of Riches.
Want it back?
Let's get out of here!
Sorry!
Read the manual!
Come on! We're just playing around! Why so serious?
This concerns the good of the martial world. You can't have the book!
Hello, mate? You prestigious schools talk a big game, but you're all just making excuses for yourself. You're still here?
Not good. It's a fake!
You're playing with us.
Illusion magic! Run!
If only I had an alternative, this would never have happened.
Those tears of a broken heart, broken spirits restless in the dark. There's no way to resist. We'll get the secret after.
Magic. Despicable!
That's why Megan keeps the martial money for himself. For that treasure. I see. It's with the sword.
Quiet! The manual is already back out in the world!
An excellent performance.
The forbidden.
Welcome to the end. Welcome to your doom.
I come from wealth and pave my road with gold. The world is mine to discover.
As a blade can be straight or curved, deeds are just or crooked.
A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world.
With the might of stones, I shall crush my foes.
Darkness, the precursor to light.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life, I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Eyes are so complicated.
Come back. This is week 5, day 1 here at the MKL Spring 2025, supported by our official tournament partner, Real Me Gaming. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustache down here with the one and only Kindofu. 2 series have elapsed, 1 more to go, and it might be a quick one based on how Nova has been blazing through the competition so far. The only thing that can change that, Kin, is Toda uprising and maybe shutting down the champions themselves.
Yep. Last time I used to say that stats don't lie, but we have seen situations where the stats don't matter. Like the previous series as well. So maybe fortune favors the board here, and maybe Toda can get one over the likes of Nova.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, we are all looking for that. I don't know if we want to call Toda the underdog, but at this point of time, they're definitely seeming a little bit under the weather. They're sitting in the 7th spot, and that's not good for you if you are in the MKL running for the play-in spot later on, because the bottom 2 teams will get eliminated. Currently, Toda is at risk of being eliminated. The big problem here is there are not many more opportunities for them. They've got 5 more series left in the competition, and they need to win each and every single one of these 5 series if they want to stand a chance of fighting for this spot up against teams like Team Secret or DTE. If they don't win out these series, it's going to be over for Toda. So it's unfortunate that Nova is currently in their way.
Yeah, look, they need to be under the water, right, at this point for the side of Todak. So let's start off with Todak first. They're going to be represented by Stay, Anda, Hua, Yu Hao, as well as CCS. These 5 members hopefully don't get blown out of the water by Nova.
Yeah. Absolutely. And of course, Swan, Wendy, CY, Muchi, as well as Waypit on the side of Nova, looking to play fishing today out there. I don't know if they're going to find a lamb, but they're most definitely going to find a fish called Toda. And thus far, what's interesting here is Nova Esports has got a mirror image in terms of series victories. They've got 8 series wins, 1 loss. Toda has got 1 series victory, 8 losses. So this is, once again, not looking good for Toda. But if they are the underdogs here, then maybe they are the ones that can really get us excited. But looking at this head-to-head, we kind of know exactly where this is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's 11.1 for the KD and Wendy. This guy is an absolute monster. Every single marker points to the success of Wendy. But here's the thing. Okay, look, I think really stats do not matter. In my personal opinion, I think stats represent of your results. That's great. But then it all comes down to certain moments in the game. And you can definitely outplay anyone and everyone when you're on form.
Oh yeah, most definitely, right? And there is one upper hand here that Toda may have up against Nova. The fact that Nova might step into this game overconfident. They might not have prepared themselves. Toda, on the other hand, knowing that they are the ones who are at the losing end, may have prepped all day long, maybe even all week long to face off against Nova. And I'm not talking just about, sharpening their skills. I'm talking about doing their homework, knowing exactly who to ban out of this phase, knowing how to take the strong weapons out of the hands of Nova before they use it against them.
Yeah, and Nova, of course, these past few weeks have been using that very difficult to deal with Athena roam strat, right? It's one of, I mean, if you're watching, it's great. If you're playing against it, no way. I absolutely hate that. But in any case, I want to see what kind of homework Todak has done. Nova will be picking the blue side, which means they get prior pick. Todak will be on the red, so counter pick side.
Surprisingly, Nova has only lost maps to teams like Toda, Black Shrew Esports as well as O2 Esports, right? And it's crazy that Toda's one of the teams that this Nova Esports has actually lost or given away a map to. So maybe that's just a great indication. Maybe this team knows exactly what Nova is up to. But very early on, Toda saying a huge no to that Arlie.
Yeah, so instantly countered back, right? So Lung and Arlie out of the picture. This opens up the Mai as well. And right away, Nova actually banned out the E1. So we might be open for assassin picks, but Dharma, of course, stock standard, gonna come out first for Xuan, one of his signature heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, that Mai is not going to be in play, but Toda, on the other hand, with a double pick potential here to kind of just set the pacing here for themselves a little bit. This kind of opens up the Jing. They could also drag in the Pei if they wanted a little bit of extra assassin capability. But as far as the main is concerned, I don't think she has been taken out of the equation just yet by these squads. And it is going to be that Pei, and combined with that Zhang Fei, we've seen this combination. It's pretty deadly. So Toda can make something good work out here.
Yeah, so I think early game aggression definitely going to be what Toda is looking for. I mean, that's the whole reason you pick a Pei, right? You want that early aggression, you want to get the steals on the camps. And Nova going to reply with the Lianpo pick and Musashi as well. They want to get the chase down. Now, one of the things about Pei is that he's very mobile, right? He also has actually pretty insane range for melee hero. So I think this is a good pick on the Musashi to get the chase down.
So no Lung here to bring in for the marksman on the side of Toda, but there is a potential Renji drag in here. So this is a big pick from Toda. They definitely do favor this Renji pick a lot on their side. So they're very comfortable on this guy, and he does have the range and the mobility to kind of deal with whatever Nova Esports can drag in here. The fight seems to be pretty balanced so far.
Yes, and I mean with the Imperial Order, that golden token, right, offered by Renji is definitely going to be useful against a tanky lineup. Imagine you don't have a tanky Lianpo, then your front line kind of crumbles from that point, right? So Toda will try to leverage on that armor shred available by this Renji. But Nova Esports, they want to make it unfair. They ban out Byron, one of the best Clash laners as well, and Toda going to reply in kind with the Lady Sun.
Yeah, beautifully done here. And of course, with the next ban on the side of Toda, obviously they may want to be taking out some of this area or crowd control capabilities with the Nuva out of the equation on the side of Toda as well. A smart ban coming through from their side, and Nova with the final one out of the equation before we can bring in our final picks.
Yeah, I like the cancellation of the burst potential, right? They are pretty squishy on the side of Toda. It's not just about the control, because Nova already has a lot of control. There's Dharma, there's a Lianpo, there's a Musashi. All three heroes offer you so much stun and control capabilities that Toda really needs to be careful. I think they might want to try for long, extended fights, because that's where the true value of a Renji comes.
Yeah. Of course, we were also looking at the Main earlier on from the side of Toda, and very smartly banned out by Nova. And instead, the Yi Xing being dragged in on the side of Toda, just for a little bit of extra damage capability on the side, which it seems like they are going to do pretty well on.
I like it, but there's also a lot of mobility on the side of Nova, right? Their one weakness here that I can see right off the get-go is that there isn't much protection offered for the side of Nova. They're going to be very dive heavy, right? The backline is going to be definitely very exposed. So I like this. Chano actually very self-sufficient, very mobile as well, able to attack from range. This does well against the composition of Toda, because it's going to be quite hard for this Yixing to get a perfect board. Everyone is going to be running in circles.
Absolutely, and of course you've got the gun and Mo as well, with those couple blades, able to deal with short or long range attacks, and this is gonna be just a little bit more of pressure for Toda to deal with. But Yu Hao will pretty much decide exactly how the defensive capabilities of Team Toda is gonna look like, and he's most definitely gonna take his time on this pick.
I mean, be patient, right? And they pick up the Guan Yu. So if we take a look at the control, it makes sense, right? If you're able to gather everyone else on the side of Nova Esports into the board of the Yixing, then it might be a very scary outcome, and Toda might be able to just flat out wipe them off the face of the gorge.
Yeah, absolutely. So great defensive capabilities Guan Yu brings into the board for sure. His Razor Cavalry in some of these team fights is going to help Toda just sustain this battle a little bit more. You've talked about how Nova does have that burst capability on them. The damage is most definitely going to be heavy to sustain, but with the defense on the side of Toda, this should be one that they can definitely execute pretty well, especially with that pay to counter attack. I'm actually quite excited to see what Toda can do with this.
Yeah, in fact, you know what? I think it's so apt that production chose the mid laners to really feature, because I think this game actually falls on the shoulders of both Stay and Wendy. Because if they hit their markers right, the teamfight goes horribly wrong for their opponent.
Well, Stay is definitely overstaying his welcome down in the mid portion of this map here, but he's not too concerned. It's just Wendy right in front of him. He definitely will pay that one, and it's more than enough to make Stay back away. Down at the bottom, on the other hand, Toda just being pressured a little bit here as the Garnet Mo shows up to say hello.
Yeah, those rotations by the mid laner is actually going to be the difference maker for both teams, right? Simply because Wendy, number one, he's able to offer quite a lot of damage. Stay is more of a controlling factor. Can they lock them up?
Mochi with the patience gameplay here as they poke and prod away at the minions from the side of Toda. And it's going to be a triple stack as Musashi shows up. But of course, nobody to play with here down at the bottom. Therefore, they rotate over towards the mid portion of the map to find absolutely nobody. Swan is being pressured. This Dharma is in a lot of trouble if he oversteps his boundaries, and thankfully, no mistakes made here from the side of Nova just yet.
Yes, and they kind of stifle the growth of Stay as well. I think they managed to freeze a little bit of the lane. Yeah, look, they're stopping him from getting in range of the EXP. So Stay's not going to hit level 4 that fast.
Smart play coming on through. And a triple stack.
It's quite difficult.
Yeah. Down mid is not really going to be very effective for the side of Toda. But an opportunity to catch the Dharma out though. Swan, beautiful play coming on through. The flash not used just yet. Pops right back into the battle. And he drops the big one as he petrifies him. And Hua not able to find the finisher just yet. Stay a little bit too far. And I cannot believe Swan got away with it, but Stay was in the right place at the right time to find the Punisher.
Oh, both teams dancing on knife's edge as well. I mean, this one was close. They did get a kill on the side of Toda. I did not see where that kill went, but it went into the hands of Stay there.
Yeah, beautifully done. And interestingly, Anda almost got squished. That pay was just being way too annoying. And Nova, I don't think they saw that one coming. Swan just kind of overstepped his boundaries. I thought he was going to be able to just pull off a miracle kill from nowhere, but instead he got put onto the back foot. In fact, survived way too long. Swan once again being pushed back, but just a little bit of a friendly skirmish up top.
Yeah, I could have sworn that CY would have gotten that kill. I was so surprised that Anna survived, and now maybe potential turnaround.
Absolutely, the stun does come through the hole and he just kicks them back, ignoring anything. Sai unable to sustain his life and Stay once again almost caught out. Unfortunate, it is once again Toda with the upper hand.
Yeah, the dream is alive here for the side of Toda. I mean, Toda fans are really happy. This is a decent lead. It's not the biggest in terms of like goal, but the 2-kill lead and the level advantage for Anda is going to be very important against the side of Nova Esports.
Unbelievably fantastic start here for Toda, and the jump is on. But man, they managed to walk away from that unscathed. So brilliantly played from both sides, and Hua is going to be pretty tough to catch by the looks of things.
Yeah, they actually want to push them away from the Tyrant Pit and allow Muchi to take this because there is no smite on CY.
And Nova with the extra bit of advantage here. Nothing beats some extra lightning in your punches. Up top, on the other hand, easy minion wave sorted out here by Team Toda, and they should be able to make a decent push onto the tower. And it looks like the initial tower will have at least 50% of it taken away, and Anda one here. Punisher, but enough work done by Toda to bring the first tower down just enough.
Yeah, they actually try to make the map work for them instead. So Nova actually trying to steal a couple of camps away, manages to funnel farm into Wendy as well as Muji quite successfully so far. So even though there are nice kills coming out from Toda, I think they have to be really concerned here, because if they don't play their cards right, they will lose all this advantage.
Absolutely. And it's a 3v2. How beautifully done. But the follow-up just not there. TCS backs away, dropping it hard on Wendy. And it's yet another kill stolen away by Toda in the most phenomenal manner. But it is Nova Esports that sneaks away the first tower of the game.
Yeah, so it looks like the idea and what they're going for is very different, right? Toda definitely looking for the kills, but Nova say it's okay, we'll trade the kills, we'll take your towers instead. And in the long run, this hurts Toda more than it hurts Nova.
Absolutely, I mean, no doubt about that at all. Nova Esports still with the advantage in terms of gold, albeit not by a lot. But the tower push down bot is just phenomenal. They tanked the damage and they were able to almost bring down this outer tower on this bot lane from the hands of Toda. My goodness me, Nova just winning the bigger advantages out there on the battlefield, and it's going to be Waypit caught out between 3 players. The stun is there in time, but he's just going to waltz out of that one.
Yeah, they don't have enough damage on the side of Toda, right? So all of that lead they have gotten for themselves, it's kind of like negated at this point. So Toda, I think they will start to find that the game is a little bit more difficult because the gold swing is happening quite strongly to the side of Nova, 1,000 ahead.
And just like that, 2 towers claimed by Nova Esports. Both of the outer towers on that mid and bot lane. And up top as well, you've got one just being a little irritating alongside his minions, getting the damage done, and a beautiful push back by Yu Hao, and a full-on team engagement. But unfortunately, they will not be able to get the catch on to stay. In the meantime, the rest of Nova players have got one more chance for a push.
Yeah, they did stop it, but they still want to fight on the side of Nova, trying to look for an opening, right? And right now, I think Toda, they're kind of feeling the pressure because Nova is having decent control over the map, and you can start to see why Toda is starting to struggle.
This is a beautiful play coming through from Toda. Every single engagement, at least they rip away one life.
Destroyed a tower.
And now, with their opportunity and the opening, they also managed to take down the outer tower on the top lane from the hands of Nova Esports. But is it enough? Yu Hao trying to find a hook. Waypit knows it's just way too tanky for a fight like that. He just waltzed in straight up, blocking the damage onto Sai.
I like how Nova, Toda is able to kind of stop the aggression coming in from Nova. So you can see that they're pushing them bit by bit, right? Trying to take those small camps away. Oh, hang on.
Yep, and it's Zoan. It looks like we're gonna just pull a quick pause here onto the game. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not too sure exactly what the reason was, but I don't know. It seemed like Toda was having quite a good game there, kid.
Not bad, right? And of course, game-breaking play there with the pause at this point. But we'll see. Toda at this point, I like the fact that they got kills, but they need to be able to translate that to more things around the map. Because if how the situation we have seen so far, if it's going to continue, then Nova is going to start running circles around them because they're actually getting the farm into the hands of Nova.
Yeah, I guess with those skills, they're kind of just buying themselves extra few seconds. But like you pointed out rightfully, it's the objectives on the map that's going to lead you to victory. And time again, we've kind of just seen them taking a kill. But Nova on the other side, they're making good work, good lead onto their towers. And before you know it, they're down by 2 kills, but they're up by 2 towers. So Nova's really not losing that battle in a big manner at all. And Toda, on the other hand, although they're just buying a little bit of extra time for themselves, Nova is still getting stronger and stronger by the second. So it's just going to come to a point where it's going to be overwhelming on the side of Nova. And we might just see an easy wipe here. But not too sure once again for what the technical pause was called for. But in the grand scheme of things, at least something is going the way of Toda at this point of time. And they need everything going their way, if you ask me.
Definitely, I think they need to be more efficient with the map. I think so far the growth of Toda has been something that I think it's good. Look, they haven't had the best season, let's be honest. We take a look at their score lines, in the table standings and whatnot. It's been a tough learning journey, but nonetheless, they have been learning. So the fact that they're able to kind of hold Nova for the moment, I think that's something that's impressive so far. Because look, Nova are champions in their own right. So they need to try and force difficulty onto the lineup of Nova.
Oh well, Nova went on in for the search on to the Golem, but the Azure Golem will still be ripped away by Team Toda, and Hua will most definitely make sure of that. A quick reset coming on from the man, but in the meantime, it's the setup for the Tyrant, and you know exactly what Nova's looking for to finish this off instantly as the man shows up, and the Overlord slain on the opposite side of the battlefield as well by Toda. So a 1-for-1 as a big team fight erupts between them.
Yeah, this is a critical moment in the game, right? We're 1.5 minutes away from the Shadow variants, and this will definitely swing things into either side's favor, because these are the moments where it counts. Your goal will start to ramp up. You need that map control. And right now, Nova is in a prime position to be able to take good fights against Todak. So Todak, they need to play their cards right.
Toda has got those Vanguard, and they most definitely need a decent tower push, but in the meantime, they're all being kept a tad bit busy here by Nova. The invasions are on, and the rip away onto that red buff is on for the side of Nova as well. Can they rip it away? Denied potentially here, but that knockup will most definitely launch them into danger zone as Nova pushes all of them back. In the meantime, it's still gonna be a little bit of a minion sorting mission here for the side of Nova.
Look, Todak, they need to find Wendy. They need to stop this guy because he has been getting those couple blades consistently onto the back lines of Todak without even the fight starting, right? So even before the fight starts, they're already low on Todak, and that's a problem they need to solve.
This Vanguard is making a decent work down there onto the outer tower on the bot lane. So at least that's one big advantage picked up here by Toda, all thanks to the Overlord that they grabbed earlier on. But now up top, an opportunity here for Hua to maybe shut down Swan, but not waiting on ceremony at all. Toda actually opening up yet another opportunity here for the Overlord. But this might just be a tad bit overzealous. Dharma on the standby as Nova now pushes all of them back.
Definitely, I think this is actually a pretty tight spot for Todak. They need to play very carefully here because Wendy, in tight spaces, this is where you don't actually have a lot of room to maneuver around, and it's perfect for the couple blade.
Yeah, and this is a successful pushback. Stay is going to be stunned right by his stance, and Muchi makes quick work of him, and a beautiful another shutdown. Make sure Yao cannot get away just yet, and Yu Hao shut down as well. Nova with a big push up forth has got the minion wave to assist them as they find the damage onto the high ground tower. Top lane, all the towers have been demolished, and Nova quickly backing away, not looking to make a mistake just yet.
There's no way. Hua, he had the right idea in mind, but they're quite far behind. He's level 12. He's under level against everyone on the side of Nova. And now that's a free kill going out to the side of Nova. And even though it's 3-4 in terms of kills, it's a 5,000 goalie going to the side of Nova Esports.
And Nova very brilliantly just bleeds out Toda as they clean out their jungle. And they haven't even left their jungle. I was about to say as they leave. They are not leaving. They're just standing by, making sure Toda finds no way towards this slot. This time we are going to be sending those tyrants up to you guys. Let's see how you like a piece of that. Nova, Muchi will be able to shut down the Shadow Overlord. And this is trouble time as Toda is going to need to deal with it, and they barely have towers on their side.
Yeah, look, Wendy is a complete thorn in their side at this point, right? He has been consistently landing those blades onto the different members of Todak. And you can take a look at Hua on the Guan Yu. He's trying his best to get the speed push going, but there's very little he can do now. There isn't much value here. He doesn't have enough damage as well. And T2 once again secured. So the map is so dark for the side of Toda.
Yeah, Shadow Vanguard playing its role. Beautiful push, but up top as well. It's all open. Toda needs to fall back. You only got those minions dealing with the Shadow Vanguard. In the meantime, it's Nova down at the bottom, finding the connections onto the players on the side of Toda as well. All out defense. Hua cannot sustain in a 1v2. Swan will be able to find the elimination as well. Wayfit stuck here, but he handles his own as the Shadow Vanguard continues to do damage onto the high ground tower at that bottom lane.
It's not a pretty sight for the Todak side. At this point, for the 4, it's a 5,000 gold lead still, but it's a Baron base. T3's all down.
Oh, this is just utter annihilation as the crystal is about to be opened up. Nova finding the knockback onto Yu Hao and an easy final one, but the crystal wide open claimed by Nova.
Yeah, this fish has been blown out of the water on this side, Todak. That was a difficult one, and Nova just walked their way down into the heart of Todak.
Yeah, I mean, kill after kill after kill, but like you rightfully pointed out, Ken, it was all about the objectives on the map, and it was just Nova saying, yeah, you want to kill? Sure, bro, no problem. You take it. I want your tower instead. And they made decent work of that. Toda taking initial fight onto that Overlord, made some sort of progress with the initial outer towers with those vanguards. Nova didn't even break a sweat. Nova didn't even deal with the vanguard until their tower was almost down, and then they doubled back down just because they had nothing else to do. So crazy stuff. Nova just kind of having control from the very start here, kid.
Yes, as we take a look at the stats later on, I think I'm super curious about Wendy, because Wendy really was the bane of their existence, right? He was just shooting those blades over and over again, and shooting the blades is one thing, but actually connecting onto the members of Toda, that was the true, flavor of that pick itself, and it was too spicy for Toda to handle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the lineup here and how these players fared, because when it comes to those kills, you didn't really see a lot of them on the board, and the initial 4 that Toda picked up, they added another one to the list, but it really didn't matter, man.
Yeah, it really didn't matter because they couldn't stop Wendy. They only got the kills on Wendy in the early parts of the game, and once you kind of are unable to touch Wendy, then the teamfight changes so hard, because the win condition on them is really how many shots does Wendy get, right? And CY consistently pushed them back. Xuan was able to find openings in the gaps left by the Todak lineup. And then it was just, take your pick, right? Which ulti do we want to use to kill you? That's it.
And they most definitely had a good time out there in terms of the counter, because when they started finding the players on the side of Toda, it was not as easy as just finding kills. Those eliminations were always followed up with some sort of a big objective taken off of the Gorge as well, be it those towers or be it some of those extra buffs that Toda most definitely could have made good use of. The Tyrants, multiple Tyrants snuck away by Nova just because Toda just could not get anywhere close to those big objectives as well, right? Overextension, and they just look so monstrous out there. And unfortunately, even though Toda had a decent start, they could not keep up towards the end.
Yes, in fact, if you take a look at that last item build for the rest of the team, right, they didn't actually have a lot of magic defense, which even empowered Wendy even more. So this 80,000 worth of hero damage dealt by Wendy, it cuts them even deeper. And with the setup, look, they managed to funnel so much going into Muji here. He dealt a close number, 63.4 thousand worth of hero damage. The duo here in the form of Wendy and Muji were just pretty hard to deal with it.
Yeah, most definitely, right? And Muji, as annoying as he was, Wendy was just so tanky out there as well. You did see a lot of damage come through from CCS, but unfortunately nothing could save him. Pei could not be fully activated. He did sustain a lot of damage, as this Pei usually would out there, but he could not deliver that counter damage at all alongside the rest of his team members. Hua was not sustaining a lot for the squad at all. Yu Hao did managed to, kind of absorb quite a bit of this, but overall, it was not the side of Toda bringing the House of Pain down onto Nova Esports at all in that game.
They were actually waiting for Stay to come online, right? There was a nice combination with the board and the Unbridled Outburst, but Nova, I like the fact that they didn't really care about the kills. They went for the objectives first, and slowly once the map started closing in on the side of Toda, you could start to see they struggled to keep the gold up, keep pace as well, and then Nova just started running rampant all over them.
And even with that Overlord claimed by Toda, it was just not effective enough to make anything shift towards the other side in terms of this graph, right? Nova always had a decent enough grip onto the game. Kill after kill, it was just objectives being taken on their side, always putting Toda on the back foot. And when they were not finding those kills, they were just dealing with the pressure that Toda was trying to bring onto that battlefield as well, right? With the overextensions, nothing went the way of Toda because of how well Nova played this.
Yeah, they really silenced the potential of the draft, because if you take a look at the draft on the side of Toda, I think it had pretty good potential, right?
Yeah.
If you could set the board, you could even get Hua to push them into the board, but that situation never presented itself because they were never in fighting shape. So Nova's decision, very well done. And of course, MVP Muji, the silent assassin in this point, 2-0 and 4, never really highlighted him in the game much for both of us, but this guy, when your farm laner is silent, that's exactly what you want to hear.
Absolutely, and I mean, you know, the goal output from this guy, the damage, especially when it comes to finding his opponents and just bringing a world of pain onto them and being efficient enough to just kind of just waltz away from some of these big team fights. This made Muchi so annoying, right? Not falling a single time, being involved in a decent number of battles. I mean, yes, 4 assists might not seem too many, but there were not many kills from the side of Nova as well. This was a very efficient game from them.
Yeah, Muji was just getting those free hits in, and this was one of the things we talked about earlier in the draft, right? It's so mobile on the side of Nova that Stay really couldn't get any perfect boards down because everyone had enough time to run away. And when you shut down Hua on this Guan Yu, then you realize you don't really have enough catch factor. And the gaps, Xuan is one member you don't want to give moments like this to.
For sure, and of course, towards the very end, it was the CCS just desperately trying to do something, but he couldn't even step in front of his crystal. He had to use his crystal as defense, and the crystal definitely defended him with its life, and it had nothing left on it. Unfortunate for Toda, but it looked like it was an easy one for Nova. It seemed like they did not lose control of that matchup at all. So kind of going exactly the way we thought it would. But now for this next game, Nova on the red side, Toda on the blue side. Let's see how this one fares for the squad again.
Yep, Nova, if I'm not wrong, were blue side in number 1. They didn't pick up the Athena. I like that. They actually went for the Dharma pick first. So right now, with the roles reversed, I think Todak's actually in a very stressful position here because they need to make sure that their first prio pick makes a lot of difference in the entire draft. They need someone strong.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw some strong characters there as well from the side of Toda, but you know, it was all very quickly dismantled by Nova. I wonder what sort of trick they've got up their sleeves this time around. How would you dismantle Nova, or is there just no dismantling a squad like this?
I think there is a potential play. They maybe want to try that early game strat again. They pick up a pick. I think that's a good idea. Maybe pick up something that has a late game presence as well, right? There was not much late game potential coming in from the side of Todak's draft. Yeah. And they kind of went all in, right? They wanted to secure that early lead, and maybe you just rush down the turrets on the side of Nova, but they kind of got distracted. Like they went for the kills instead. So I think maybe this time play the map a little better.
Yeah, I actually agree with you, right? But of course, let's take a look at the drafts here this time around. Toda taking the pay out of the equation very quickly, and Nova not wanting to deal Dharma. So, I mean, very basic bans coming on through both sides, not wanting their opponents to use their own characters.
Yeah, Toda, I think not having a Dharma is actually quite hurtful. Simply because this is game point, right? This is series point for Nova. They win this, they win the entire series. It's a best of 3. Now, Toda, they stop the Luna from coming through. This opens up the picks like the Arlie available for the side of Toda. And maybe we'll see what kind of cards they want to play.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward to the next ban as well. And we kind of saw this previously already. The Yuhuan this time, though, being taken away from Nova Esports. And Nova just knows exactly what can hurt them, right? Toda, on the other hand, this first pick, like you mentioned, is going to be a very crucial one. And it is that Arlie. It's a decent enough pick, very much in meta right now. We've seen many victories from that Arlie thus far. So, decent enough start, I would say, from Toda.
Look, Nova actually give away the Diadia as well, right? Diadia being able to be played is actually a very scary combination on the side of Toda because it complements the Arlie really well. So I think Nova will try a different composition to patch out this Arlie and Diadia combination, the Mai and Mai Yin. Maybe we see an Ogren come out for the side of Nova.
Yeah. I don't know, bro. If you've got the Ogren, you've got the Mai, you've got the Main, Nova's already pretty deadly with their plays. I don't know how the damage output from Heroes are gonna kind of fare well for Toda to deal with. But the Byron on their side should have the opportunity in terms of damage output. And like you said, the area was left available, and Toda said, I'm not gonna miss that opportunity. They drag her it straight up.
I mean, this fits into the entire concept that we were talking about for Nova, right? I think this is also a test of their strategies. So they allow, like, look, this is one of the best drafts available for Toda. And I think Nova is very confident. Their results have already shown that they deserve this kind of confidence. I want to see how they kind of break down this composition on the side of Todang.
And we've seen that Zhang Fei as well get involved in many one of these battles. In fact, he's all over the map all the time. And in the hands of Nova, it's going to be just that much more devastating. They take the Nova out of the equation. So, you know, the crowd control on the side of Toda just kind of taking a blow here. But it doesn't mean that's the only option here.
There is a potential of a Gun and Mo, but it's a horrible matchup. As a Gun and Mo going up against a Mai, that's absolutely not what you want. The mobility of Mai, it destroys you in the mid lane. So we'll see what kind of answers Toda have. They ban out the Direntier on the side of Toda. They don't want to deal with the damage over time. But it's more importantly that golden token, right? Lowering the magic and physical defenses and the armor values. That's the real pain point of playing it.
And now the final ban coming on through here for Team Toda. I mean, regardless of who they remove from the list, this is their final opportunity because, like you mentioned, this is series point. They drop this and they're probably going to get busted open here and not make it into the play-ins. Like I said, 5 series left for Toda. They need to win each and every single one. They don't want to deal with that loss. And Nova Esports now gets to drag one in.
Okay, we'll see. I'm curious to see what kind of jungler they want, right? I think it's a very strong lineup so far. Nova actually picking up the Lady Sun as well. Decent counter against Arlie. Very huge burst potential by Lady Sun. So Nova actually, if they pick like a tank jungler, I think Todak's pretty much done for at this point.
And I think they're going to go for exactly that, right? You've been able to read them like a so far. Toda with the final 2 picks on the other hand though, you know, they definitely do need some tanky enough defense on their side as well to make sure they get to sustain some of the damage output coming through here for the side of Nova Esports. And obviously not a lot of time to get this done as well. So as the timer runs out, Team Toda being forced to go in here for a couple of picks, and Nova Esports with one final one, and the Ogren finally shows up on the other side alongside the Lady Zen. A little bit more confidence now for Toda to pick up some decent numbers off of this game.
You know what? Nova can take a huge risk and go for like a Jing or something. Like instant burst and then end the game extremely quickly. But I think they might go with a tank jungle as well, just to balance out the risk potential of playing against an Ogren.
So this is where we get to see whether or not they're cheeky or they want to secure the victory here for themselves. I would most definitely love to see the Jing dance around out there, and Nova Esports should be able to really burst this game down quickly. But that also opens them up to maybe making a couple of mistakes and some comeback plays. But instead, they go for the defense, and Menki is very, very deal for sure, being able to sustain a lot of damage. And Ogren perhaps has met his match in terms of who can take enough damage out there.
I mean, to be honest, I haven't seen a lot of Menkis do well against an Ogren because it's really more based on the way that the team plays. But I will have confidence in Nova because at this point they have shown the results, right?
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see how this works out for them at this point. Can they get the growth of Muchi fast enough to last against that insane growth that I expect Anda is going to come up with?
Well, we are hopping on into the Gorge. Game number 2, potentially the final one of the series between Nova Esports and Toda, unless, of course, Toda pulls out a miracle from somewhere. And the hook will not find its mark here as Wendy just finds those love taps onto Yu Hao, but Yu Hao kind of overstaying his welcome down mid.
I think at this point, Nova needs to just make sure they maintain status quo. Can they stop the growth of CCS? And when I say stop, it means taking away the Firehawks, right? Or taking away potential of things like the River Sprite. Right now, CCS has managed to secure the River Sprite for himself, and the team is feeding him the opportunity for extra EXP as well at this point. So I like this growth and thought process for Toda.
Yeah, let's see if Nova can find some early pushes here. Down mid, Mai just making a little bit of noise, and that will push that Ogren back instantaneously. Up top, on the other hand, you've got Swan in a 1v1 up against Hua, and obviously neither one looking to make a mad push just yet.
They don't have to, right? I think Clash lane is where stability needs to happen. So you don't want to give away an advantage on the Clash lane. I think it will cost your team quite a bit. But Under here gonna just get some licks in against CY. It's just to see who actually has a faster jumping speed in terms of EXP.
Yep, and a 3v2 down mid. Yes, of course, the D8. Yeah, hops on in, but Muchi is the first blood, and once again, it is Toda that draws it.
Okay, but this one is a good kill, right? The farm lane kill going into the CCS hands is also something very valuable. So Todak, this is a much more convincing start to the game.
Absolutely, and of course, as Flash. What now? Oh my goodness, it is a dive! And it will be CY with a Menki that pulls one back for the squad. Nova the Waypin. What a dive through the back and stay! Absolutely wrecking havoc with a double on Nova.
Oh, this one, they were lurking under the water, came in for the lives of Nova. This is a big play. This is a very different Toda.
Absolutely, my goodness me, what a start here for Toda. And as the boys on the side of Nova Esports hop back in here for a battle, it seems that CCS may be looking for a little bit of trouble here, but it seems like just everybody's calmed down already once again.
I mean, look, he has a complete, almost one whole level ahead of Mushi at this point. Not a very common sight, to be honest.
Yeah, and of course it's a trap here that's on standby. Yuhao! They won't be able to drag in Muchi, and they're looking for yet another waypin from the back, and Nova will be able to just go crazy a tad bit here by pushing back the players on the side of Toda into a pit where they just could not get out, and CCS Yuhao both drop.
Yeah, this one's a pain one. I mean, they got the kill on Muchi, but the fact that they kind of cancel and slow down the growth of CCS, that's a little bit of a concern on the side of Toda.
Yeah, and my goodness, just like that, 7 kills already, and we are not even at the 4th minute mark. My goodness, what an aggressive matchup between the two. Looks like Toda desperately wants this victory here. But fingers crossed they don't make those big mistakes just yet. Stay! Doesn't want to stay, and he will pay the big prize. CY stepping on 4th, and this Menki once again rips away the big time.
Yeah, he wanted to stay in the graveyard at this point. So far, CY I think has been doing phenomenally well. And Nova, they actually will get prio over this time.
I've never seen a Menki this aggressive early game, and my goodness me, Tyrant for Nova as well. Yuhao all alone. Look at Waypin! Why he just walked to the back lines, pushed Yuhao out of position, and allowed the rest of his team members to eat him up. I don't know how you deal with that.
Yeah, look, all of the lead Todak have gotten for themselves, gone. And Xuan catches eyes on the Anda, and the whole team is here.
Yeah, it's gonna be Under now. The cheeky fight. I wouldn't do it. And Swan says neither would I. He walks out of there. Wendy almost caught, launched in the air, but the flash saves him in the nick of time. Beautifully done. As Waybit now waltz on into this fight, asking Toda if he wants to take him on as well. Answer is no, as they now back away. CY gets frozen in spot, but nobody wants to deal with this Menki just yet.
Yeah, but you can see, right, Toda, they're just unable to find that killing blow. And I think this is a cause of concern. Nova so far has been outplaying them. Even though there's so many kills on the board, Nova is making it more clinically effective for them.
It was just a phenomenal matchup. And now Nova Esports with the lead when it comes to the kills, but by goal, not by much, just 1,000 on the lead here. CCS not in trouble just yet. Menki once again absorbing a majority of the damage. CCS almost got caught out there once again. CY just single-handedly waltzing up top, trying to steal away the red buff on top of everything else, but Anda will get the final hits in onto the Crimson Golem. And Nova, deep inside the jungle, still irritating Toda.
Yeah, they actually shouldn't take a fight now inside of Toda here. It's pretty dangerous because Nova does have Pyro on the top lane. They will get quite a bit of healthy damage on the T1. And with Wendy's positioning, they're stopping them from coming in.
Yeah, and this is now, once again, a push up top. Swan single-handedly trying to get that outer tower down, but the defense is there from both Anda and Hua Hua, pushing him away, but just momentarily. Anda has got both the blue and red buff on him. Swan does not want a piece of this, but he gets dragged back in for a fight, and he literally just stuns them and walks away, calls for backup. Muji is here for the fight, and Wave it out of nowhere. Hua Hua with a sliver of health still manages to survive long enough, and Muji overstays his welcome and will be punished.
Okay, this is a great punish. Rare mistake from Muji here on the side of Nova. And right now, that punishment comes through. Toda actually secure it.
Oh, and they're going to secure yet another Swan as well. Toda with the backward swing used to their advantage, and on the frontward momentum are absolutely smashing Nova. And now 6 for 6 on the kills, 1 for 1 on the towers. It looks like we are almost equal here in terms of what Toda can do out there.
Yeah, and they're kind of filling the gaps. This is a very different Toda. In fact, they take the T2 on the top as well.
Yeah, beautifully done there now. Anda with the chase. CY, and the knockback is not very punishing, as Swan hops on in for the battle as well. And now a 4-man push, but a 5-man defense courtesy of Nova. But looks like Toda really wants this, and a deep dive by Anda, and they find one. CY finds the Punisher, perhaps an overextension, and CCS will walk out of this one. Wavepit does not find the Punisher. Hua Hua not as lucky. And Wavepit still on the hunt. This time it is for the Crimson Golem, as they will be able to make sure Toda gets nowhere close to the buff.
Okay, so CCS does not die as much as Muji, and I think the target prior by Toda this game has been really clean. They've been finding Muji at every single angle so far.
Oh my goodness me. But what a back and forth matchup for sure. It looks like Toda with this slight advantage on the goal cannot get too confident just yet. Haven't really run away with this matchup, as CY will find a Tyrant for the team of Nova. This will put Toda on the back foot.
Yep, and you can see the recovery by Nova, right? They're trying to play the map a little better, so they're balancing out the difference in gaps in terms of turrets. They've only taken 1 turret against the likes of Todak in comparison to the 3, right, Todak have taken. But they're managing the resources well, so they're actually keeping close in terms of goal.
What's gonna turn around here? Wavepit waltzing out of this one. Unpunished is Zhang looking for trouble. Menki gets caught out, but perhaps the wrong character to catch in a fight like that, because CY is just gonna say nope and walk away instantaneously. A re-engage coming on end-to-end. Beautiful dive right in the back line, but will be punished by that Ogren. Anda looking for yet another catch. Wavepit really low, and that this Zhang Fei was not close enough. Toda would have gladly taken another point.
Yep, and once again, right, CCS is just open. He's free around the map. He's getting these free hits in, and it's costing Nova quite a bit. In fact, another T1 going to be secured. For the first time in 2 games, Todak have a map advantage.
Absolutely. Wavepit though in a tough fight, and that's not gonna bring the Zhang Fei down just yet. Overlord and Tyrant both on the map at the same time. CY knocked back Tyrant though. No full engagement by Toda just yet. You see CCS getting the initial bit of damage in, and this Menki being pretty annoying, pushing back the players on the side of Toda. And the Tyrant will be reset. Nova with the initial objective completed already, but Toda, they all have their health on them perfectly well. And this is gonna drag this battle out just a little bit more.
Yep, they actually managed to clear out the mid wave, so this is a difficult position. Nova gonna try again.
Trying again for this push here onto the Tyrant this time round is a little bit more effective. CY pushing back the rest of the Toda players. Anda caught in a big fight. In the meantime, the Tyrant is really low and he still has an opportunity here. CY and a beautiful jump. Wavepit shutting down Anda at the same time. He takes the Tyrant down. A 2-for-1. And my goodness me, Toda now are in a little bit of trouble. But the reversal is there. CY getting the job done by holding it for the side of Nova, but the rest of their members are wiped out as well. 3-for-3 in terms of body count on both sides.
Yeah, they're trying to go for the chase as well. Time bought though by CY.
Yep, and CY will be able to hold on to this fight a little bit longer, but not able to shut one down. On the back, it will still be Muchi with that dangerous poke onto CCS that still slows down the aggression that Toda could have brought out here. And it's still pretty much equal in terms of what could happen out there.
Actually, yeah, that's true. Like Nova, they have been holding Toda off quite a bit. In fact, that aggression wasn't really paying off. And oh no, Stay actually gets taken down. This could be a free overlord for the side of Nova.
Have Nova going in here for the dive. This Ogren can't do much all on his own. Needs to wait for that backup. Yu Hao patiently awaiting as CCS jumps back in here for the setup. Goes towards the wrong path and Nova will secure an easy overlord uncontested.
Yeah, and bear in mind they have the Primal Bond as well. So this is a tough fight, but Nova, because they're being uncontested on this, Nova will be able to reset the waves across the map, and then Toda will find themselves in a tight spot.
And then now the big team fight coming on through again. If this Mankey was not already irritating earlier on level 14, just that much more tankier. But CCS hit the back dive and will be able to take away the blue as well. Anda pushing all the players on the side of Nova back alongside Hua Hua. And it looks like this is the ferocious form of Toda that's very effective out there. They managed to claim the inner tower down the lane.
Destroyed a tower.
Yeah, but Nova, they're playing the map well as well, right? Shen has been consistently killing the waves and cutting the waves away. So they're kind of matching pace. The T2's also taken down on the top side. So Nova gonna try and play the map around, and maybe that will be the opening in the later parts of the game.
I cannot believe I'm saying this. I think there's going to be a game number 3 here, the way Toda is going. But of course, they can't drop the ball just yet. Shadow Vanguard on point as well. Sent out here as the team of Toda tries to rip more away. Swan will be caught out. Wavepit just a tad bit slow, but the engagement is on. And this should, oh my lord, Swan! Beautiful flash to save his life. And CY on the other hand just keeping Hua Hua a tad bit distracted as Wavepit again shows up. What a stun to take that Wendy out.
Yep, 300 IQ play here. Suddenly the map is in favor of Nova and they don't even have to fight. They just need to keep escorting those shadow variants, the overlords, the vanguards down. And Toda now find themselves in a very tight spot. CCS is down. There isn't a lot of burst damage potential.
Absolutely. Now the Shadow Vanguard's making good work on that inner tower, and down that mid lane it looks like the inner tower will not be able to sustain much longer as Toda backs away from the defense. CY with the push down here on the high ground tower on the bottom lane as well. One more hit in. They smash it. A double push on the high ground towers back to back. And my goodness me, just like that, Nova Esports leaving Toda gaping in terms of hurt, and they're about to rub some salt in this wound as well. But a decent enough defense from Toda to buy themselves more time.
Yeah, Demolition Squad coming from Nova, and now they can take a fight.
Yeah, beautifully done as Team Toda managed to push the forces of Nova back. But for how long can they sustain? They are looking for yet another Tyrant out here, and Hua Hua, perhaps a little bit of a steal is on point. Wavepit jumps right back in, and there is the knockup, but CY will not be able to find the full connection, and Hua Hua makes a mistake. Wendy finds the first kill. Wavepit about to be bursted down, and Stay will find the trade. Anda behind the back line, in a 3v1, and that not sustain that battle for long. Toda, 3 players down. Yu Hao and Stay can no longer sustain the battle. They drop back for the crystal defense.
Oh no, this is not good. Wendy
Not good at all, Wendy, on that last-ditch effort to make sure the players do not get to the crystal, but there will be no defending that. It was the minions, the players, the everything, and Nova just down on that towards the end.
And that's why Nova is so scary, right? Because it looks like you're having a good game, Todak's getting kills and stuff like that. But Nova makes one move. It's really off of the play of Xuan, of making sure that they got the waves in their favor. And right as they got that Shadow Overlord, that was the big difference maker, because all of a sudden Todak found themselves in a position where, okay, do we take a fight now? Do we not take a fight now? And they realize there is no option. They can't take a fight. If they lose the fight, they instantly lose the game. But if they don't, they lose all of their towers as well.
And as anticipated, that Menki was just so irritating to deal with. 8 kills in total, 6 assists. I mean, just look at him. I mean, in terms of goal, he really didn't outscale that Ogren. But in terms of performance, that Ogren got left in the dust.
Yep, and there was one major play that I want to focus on later parts is due to Wave Pit, right? So as they were kind of trying to chunk down under with the 3 different members, Wave Pit actually committed the Unbridled Outburst and pushed away 4 different members on the side of Todak, kind of disallowing that save. So, Todak couldn't even turn that fight around.
Yeah, and the Deity kind of just was that lifesaver for a little bit on the side of Todak, but couldn't really get a lot of that work done in terms of getting those kills. But it was those assists that were just so phenomenal that allowed CCS and Stay to get a lot of control, especially when it comes to the mid battles on that Gorge earlier on. But Nova Esports kind of showing once again, it's not just about the kills, but it's about the objectives on the Gorge, and they obviously focused on the better one. Let's take a look at some of these stats here. 2 players on the side of Nova exceeding the 100k range in terms of damage. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, man, I have to kind of highlight Muji. This guy died 7 times. But even with 7 deaths, this guy was dealing 76.9 thousand worth of damage. And it's a very critical amount, because most of this damage he delivered onto CCS and Under, which were the prime targets for Todak to take the win.
And what's so crazy is on the side of Todak, it's not like they were, just not hitting anything, right? They were finding those connections. They were really ripping the players on the side of Nova apart, I want to say, but it was just a majority of damage. And dude, Nova just waltzed away from those battles like as if it was nothing initially. And it was just insane to watch overall, right? Look at CY, 127k damage sustained, Wave Pit as well. We all expected that Zhang Fei to absorb, but my goodness, these guys tanked a lot.
I mean, this guy was a sponge, right? So take a look at the goal. This one was it's like a shape of a fang, right? Like fangs of a beast. And this is exactly what this game was like, because Nova came in for the bite. Like, they were shaking up the resources, but they were giving quite a lot of kills. And for Todak, I think they felt this sense of confidence that they could take the team fights against Nova. But when they lost that Shadow Overlord, you then realize that actually, you know what, we don't actually have the best cards to play here.
Yeah, and you saw the veteran capabilities of Nova just shining through on the Gorge there. They take the Tyrant, and they're not really over-aggressing. They just know that they are in an advantageous position. They know they've got that extra layer of damage, and just waiting for Toda to kind of approach them, which Toda very smartly does not do. But the objectives on the Gorge, on the other hand, just being ripped away by Nova in the meantime. And yes, they weren't getting those kills. They were actually on the deficit when it comes to the goal for a little bit before they just absolutely turned the game on its head. Not a single big objective claimed by Toda this time round.
Yes, and you can see, right, the value of this. So Nova, they gave Todak one of the best drafts available in the game, let's be honest. Like, you have prio picks, like you have the idea, you have Arlie, you have the Organ as well. But let's answer the question first. MVP, who is it going to be? Probably going to be the jungler here. Yes, it is CY, this guy, the sponge, soaking it up. But that's not his strongest suit. The strongest suit is his 31% of damage taken and dealing 27% of the team's hero damage. 8, 1, and 6. This guy, he's not just a fluff ball.
Yeah, he was doing everything right in terms of it. The absorbing the damage, just absolutely dishing it out as well. Massive stuff from this Menki. I don't know. I've always hated facing a Menki. I am not a good Menki user, but I am absolutely in love when someone performs well with it, and CY really knocked the ball out of the park with this one.
I mean, the numbers for me when I play Menki are jumbled, right? So it would be 8 in the death zone, and then it'll be like 1, 8, and 6. So I'll get the assist, but I'll die many times.
Yeah, this guy. Yeah, I mean, we've seen many Menki assists in the past as well, but this Menki was a slayer, and he was just unstoppable. And because he knew he could just absorb all of the damage like a sponge, he was so brave in some of these fights, just stepping up. And, the rest of his team members, of course, getting the job done. But initially, it was just all-out Toda with the kills.
Exactly. They kind of found like certain win conditions, like stay even early in the parts of the fight. Use the flash to go in with the destructive deluge. But then you start to see, right, Nova's draft, the setup that they have is insanely scary. When Waypick gets those stuns, it allows so much time for Muchi to get those frag grenades down, and then suddenly the explosion of damage comes in.
Yeah, and of course, when Toda tried to kind of just move a little bit of the objectives their way, things just didn't sit well with Nova, and it was pushes like these that were just so irritating to deal with, because you just saw CY stepping up, taking the fight, absorbing the damage, and in the meantime, you would see the rest of his team members just hop on in to claim the objective for themselves. The Tyrant was taken away in the exact same way, and then CY just continues to pummel down on the Toda players, and this Menki once again was just ridiculous.
Yeah, he could give his life, no problem. And this was the play. Waypit actually pushed the rest of the members away, so they couldn't get the save onto Hua Hua. And once you have one major tank down, Anda can't survive the burst potential and control of Xuan, Muchi, as well as Wendy, right? It's so difficult to play. And the members of Nova, they're very comfortable giving their life at this point.
Yeah, and of course, towards the very end, it was just too beautiful to watch as Toda just had no defenses whatsoever, and Nova just showing everybody exactly why they're top of the leaderboard, fighting for one of two spots and not really concerned with the rest of the competition behind them. I mean, they're totally in a league of their own.
For sure. I think right now, the top of the table, there's a very clear reason why they are there. They show you how to really break down this composition, right? Like we said, this is a very strong draft from the side of Toda, but we will be having an interview with CY, the jungler on the side of Nova.
Well, let's see exactly what Mr. CY has got to say here, because I'm very curious as to exactly what he was thinking with that Menki. Welcome, CY. Congratulations on your victory. Obviously, you guys have been very dominant in the competition so far. How confident you are in terms of beating down Black Shrew Esports and walking away the champion by the end of this whole thing?
首先他就跟你讲恭喜，然后恭喜你赢下今天的比赛，然后接下来还想问一下你就是对于打 BSE 你是有多有信心，就是可以打败 BSE 然后登顶冠军。
5开吧。
So what CY say is, he think that when our Nova Esports against with BSE like 50-50, yeah. So yeah, he just like trade it over.
That's not bad. That's a very humble response, kid.
Yeah, I want to add a bit of spice. I want to ask him the difference. So, CY 我想问一下，如果AG 或者 BSE 哪一个队比较强？ So I'm asking him which of the two teams, AG and BSE, is stronger in their eyes?
AG 比较强吧。
AG 比较强. Okay, so he's saying that AG is better than BSE in their eyes. So I'm expecting quite a bit of fight in that potential, grand finals when we reach that stage for MKL as well.
Absolutely, man. Okay, CY, I mean, we've had everybody be very nice to each other, but can I have some fighting words from you? Any message for both BSE as well as AG Global before you face them any further?
他就是说你就是还没有打 BSE 和 AG 之前，有什么话想要对他们两队说的吗？
一起加油。
So he said fight together. Yeah, so yeah, let's get into the payoff.
Okay. I like that confidence message. 谢谢 CY. Thank you, CY, for the interview as well. I mean, he's sending words of encouragement because I think we all deserve the best out of all the teams coming into the play-ins. I want to see the best possible battle, right? Back and forth, No clean sweeps. We want the full series.
Yeah, hug them, tell them you love them, encourage them before you bully them. Right? But I mean, it's all fair in love and war, especially when it comes to ripping away the biggest prize on the table. Everybody's looking to be not just the champion of MKL, but they're looking to set up a good storyline for themselves as they move on towards EWC next, right? You're talking about the Esports World Cup, one of the most prestigious titles for you to claim as a brand and as a Malaysian team to step onto the stage and do something like that. It'll be exciting, but it's how they get there. It's all about the story. But of course, let's take a look at the standings as well, Ken, to see if or not Nova's victory made a big difference. Yes, it did. And it shoots them up to that #1 spot on the leaderboard.
Yeah, so better position on the side of Nova Esports. I mean, both them and BSC, Black-Shoe Esports, are already guaranteed spots in the play-ins at this stage of the league. Now it's really about AG, DTE, and O2. The three of them are really in contention for that third spot, right? They want to be put in a better position. Hopefully, when they transition into the play-ins, that positioning, the slot placement is going to help them out as well.
Absolutely. And of course, down towards the bottom here, Seoul Esports, they have only got 3 more series to play. And obviously, even if they win each and every single one of those series, that'll only put them at a tie with Team Secret, which means the road has come to an end here for this squad. Toda, on the other hand, have got 4 more series to go. They just have to hope and pray Team Secret loses every single one of theirs and they win every single one of their series in order to stand a decent chance to at least make it to the play-ins.
That's a hard ask, but let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow to see how this will impact the standings as we go on in the league as well. Your first game is going to be Seoul Esports going up against All Gamers Global AG. After that, we have a decider of a standing here. BSC trying to take up the top dog space against DTE. And of course, Toda gonna finish the day off with Team Secret.
The best way to end tomorrow's day, and Toda is literally going to be fighting for the squad's life. If they lose it, Team Secret literally ends their hopes of making it into the play-ins, and they'll be doing it with a huge smile because they are at risk of losing their spot to go to the play-ins, right? So no better game for Team Secret to pick up a victory, no better game for Toda to start their comeback journey here at MKL to make a spot at the play-ins possible for themselves. So tomorrow we start things off hot to see whether or not Seoul Esports still has got the fight in them as they take on AG Global. We end the day hot to see if or not Toda is going to continue surviving in the competition to make it to the play-ins.
Yeah. We could very well end up in the ocean, right? If Toda gets their way, then they can really pull Team Secret down. And, you know, in the waters, that's where Toda's home is. And they would definitely eat them alive. And I think that would be a very great comeback story, right? Imagine being in a position where every win matters and you take every single win.
I mean, that would be the Cinderella story for Toda, and then they go on, they win the whole of MKL. I know, maybe a little bit too hopeful, because we've got some monsters in this competition as well that Toda has not been able to find a solution to. But, you know, a kid can dream, right? But overall, a great day here today with your kin. Phenomenal series, especially the one where we got pushed into a game. Number 3, O2 Esports as well as DTE definitely provided a great entertainment for us all. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for Kin and I and production. We're going to be signing off. We'll see you guys here tomorrow, same day, same place, same time, same place. Well, good job, Mustache. Same day, same place. You eat.
Sweat and tears.
tears.
It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime.